Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challengers ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Nodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Hello and welcome to the grand stage that is Norway Chess. It's right here in Stavanger where the world's best chess players are getting ready to take those daring risks, perhaps those stunning sacrifices, and of course, play some fighting chess. I'm Ivanka Hauska, and it is a great pleasure to be here calling all the action in the Stavanger studio alongside the legendary Grandmaster Judith Polgar and, of course, commentator and Grandmaster extraordinaire David Howell. Ooh, and Judith, yesterday we had a really intense day of Blitz. Were there any standout moments for you?
Oh, there were a lot of moments, I can say. I had great entertaining. Strangely enough, maybe, but I had one specific game which I recall very vividly, which was very impressive. It was Magnus's game against Nakamura, where he had a great opening. We thought he's going to be just smashing Nakamura. Then it was a turn over there. And suddenly he was getting into lost position. And then with some magic, real magic with his king. But of course, there are a lot of very interesting moments we had yesterday.
Yeah, certainly. And after that day of action, David, the players are now playing the first day of the classical event. How are they feeling?
Yeah, I think some of the players will still be recovering from yesterday. It was a real wake-up call. Judith, you mentioned Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, both of them struggling, both of them in the second half of the Blitz event. And now it's classical. Of course, they got to start again. They got to completely refresh and reset, but it's not going to be easy for either of them.
It's certainly not going to be easy, because take a look at the field that we have lined up in Norway Chess. It is the creme de la creme, the top of the top. And there we can see there is Magnus Carlsen. Now, he's been a Norway champion 5 times. And then we have Fabiano Caruana, who won the tournament in 2018. Other big names, Alireza Firouzja, Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri, Wesley So, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Nodibek Abdusatorov, who won the Blitz yesterday, Arian Tari, and Gukesh. And do you have your eye on any special player, Judith?
Ooh, that's a tough one to pick, right? Well, I want to see the youngsters definitely very much how they are going to be excel, how much Gukesh will recover, and I want to see also Magnus how he's going to recover. I think from day to day I will have different kind of favorites to pick on.
And David, do you have any favorites? I'm sorry, you guys, I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, tough question. I'm going to be watching out for 2 players. Firstly, Fabiano Caruana, who won a very strong tournament recently in Romania and now starts off against Magnus Carlsen in round 1, but also Abdusatorov. He won the Chess Kid Cup last week. Fantastic performance, beating Fabiano in the final, and yesterday winning the Blitz. He might be one of the dark horses for the whole event.
And David, as you mentioned, yesterday Nodibek Abdusatorov did win the Blitz with an impressive 6 points out of 9. But rather shockingly, Magnus Carlsen didn't actually place in the top 5. He finished 7th, and our reporter Sverre caught up with him after the event.
How would you summarize the day today, Magnus?
Yeah, pretty bad. I mean, considering the level of my play, I should not be dissatisfied with my score really, because like most of the games, I couldn't really calculate it all. I was just guessing. So it's in that sense it's okay, but obviously it's you know, the level of play is pretty bad.
Can we expect more normal Magnus Carlsen tomorrow?
Yeah, I hope to get some normal sleep, and then hopefully would be nice.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And Magnus Carlsen might not be too happy in that interview, but he certainly can be happy about these stats. I mean, take a look at it. He's #1 in the FIDE World Ranking. He's been there for a long time. 5-time Norway Chess winner, 5-time FIDE World Champion, as well as the reigning 4-time World Rapid Champion and reigning 6-time World Blitz Champion. And guys, what did you think about that interview? And will that have impacted, well, his performance will have impacted today's games potentially?
Well, you could see definitely that he was really unhappy about what was going on yesterday in his performance, and he didn't look like in a very good shape yesterday, it seems. He pointed out that a good sleep will help probably, and I think it's very important for him to make a good start, because he's famous for that he can make a slow start and then he recovers and beats everybody and goes to the top seed. But I think it will be very important now, because he's not that young anymore. He's not a world champion anymore. He's #1. So there are a lot of things changing in his life. And I think it also means that he has to have, or it will be a little bit more important to start well.
Yeah, I think that's the key point, Judith, the start. And it doesn't help Magnus that due to his performance in the Blitz yesterday, he starts off today against Fabiano Caruana, tomorrow against Wesley So, then game 3 against Hikaru Nakamura. That is running the gauntlet. If he can survive those and maybe emerge with positive scores from those first 3 days, he'll be the favourite for the tournament. But in such a stacked field, if he starts badly, I do fear for Magnus it could be a tournament to forget.
Oh, those are certainly words of warning from David. And wow, what a beautiful lineup we have with the world's best players. So let's take a look at our round 1 pairings. And they will be coming up soon. And we can see Fabiano Caruana will face off against Magnus Carlsen. Alireza Firouzja meets Gukesh. Shakira Mamadov will probably play his explosive style against Arian Tari. And then we have Nordibek Abdusatorov playing against Anish Giri and Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura in the All-American Showdown. And Judith, which matchups do you have your eye on?
Well, definitely I want to see Alireza and Gukesh. That's a very important matchup. But my eye will be strongly on Fabiano Magnus. They have such a past. The World Championship match they played countless blitz, rapid, classical game. And of course it will be very interesting to see in what form they are. So, you know, round 1 is always kind of a warm-up, but they are ready to bite.
Oh, and David, what about you?
Jovanka, we're sport for choice. That's the problem. And I mentioned him a bit earlier, Abdusatorov. I want to see his game. I think if he gets off to a good start against Anish Giri, then he might be one of the favourites for the tournament. The All-American matchup as well between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura historically tends to end up in draws in classical games, but that's the beauty of the unique format in Norway Chess. Every day has a winner.
Certainly, and I also feel like a kid in a candy shop, and I really can't choose between them, and I'm sorry for having asked you guys the question, but I'm also pretty excited between the All-American Showdown between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura. For me, you know, that one might get personal, because in the last encounter it was Hikaru that was victorious. So wow, it will be a day of excitement and fighting chess. That's one thing that can be guaranteed. And I think the clocks are going to start ticking down, and we are going to get a lot of action ahead. And first of all, of course, the thing about Norway Chess is the tournament format. It is unique. It's never really been done anywhere else in the world, and this makes it super exciting. And it's a 10-player single round robin, 120 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then 10 seconds will be added after every move, after move 40. And of course, if there is a draw, then Armageddon will break the tie, and there is no draw offers allowed before move 30. And this is such a unique format. It really, you don't really see it anywhere else, where in the case of a draw, Armageddon will decide everything.
Well, absolutely. This is a very unique event like this, that they really want to have a winner, right? We cannot eliminate draw itself from the game, so they want to make it breakdown. So it's just, we have a winner.
Yeah, and I just love the unique kind of time formats here. We started with the Blitz yesterday. Now we have Classical. The Armageddon will be quick, will be fast, furious as well. And yeah, the players, they'll be having to do these calculations of points, how things break down throughout their games. And I think that's something that we'll discuss as we do begin.
Yeah, and there we can see the players. They are getting ready. And when it comes to the points breakdown, they can see Arian Tari there. He will be facing off with the black pieces against Shakira Mamajarov. And when it comes to this unique format, the players do have to prepare for a classical game. And then they might have to also have a plan B in case the game goes to Armageddon. Will they be employing different strategies, do you think?
I think definitely the players have different strategies. Sometimes probably it's not game one, but later stages of the tournament, it can easily happen that somebody says, well, okay, I try out something. If I get nothing, I'm not going to push it too hard because I'm very happy to go to the Armageddon. So I think people will be changing their strategies from round to round.
You think so? And what do you think, David?
Yeah, especially those players with the white pieces in the Armageddon, they will need to win to get maximum points, and I think there they have to come armed with maybe more aggressive openings for the Armageddon. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how players target specific opponents. Of course, in such a stacked field, everyone is extremely strong, but you do get the impression that against certain players, they'll take it a bit easier. Against others, they'll go hard and they'll go strong to try and win. And here we see Firouzja adjusting his pieces. A bit of a custom, a bit of a habit for all the top players. And he starts with the white pieces. A very important game for these two teenagers.
Certainly. And interestingly enough, Firouzja, came... It wasn't Firouzja, it was Abdusattorov who I was thinking about. He had the first pick of the seedings, and he did not choose to start with a double white. And it was Firouzja who had the second pick, who chose to begin with a double white.
Yeah, he wants the momentum, Firouzja. He wants to start on a high. And also Nakamura starts the event with two blacks in a row. And that is fascinating to me. He chose that. It's clear to me that he wants to get all the nastiness out the way as soon as possible. He wants to get all the suffering out the way with black and focus on scoring heavily later with the white pieces.
Well, this is very interesting in chess, that how the players are handling this kind of psychological pressure, whether you play with two whites, so you have to really show that you take the initiative and you should perform and win at least one game out of the two, right? Mm-hmm. While playing with the black, having two blacks, it's like you're trying to survive, and even if you make two draws, you're kind of happy with yourself that, okay, out of two draws, I made two blacks, I made two draws, so now I have an extra white. It's kind of the tournament starts, right? And so it is very interesting psychological part, but it's also not easy to play with the white pieces, because when you're white, you definitely have to show that you're prepared and you have to take the lead, you have to take the initiative in the game, you have to show that you play for a win, you have this energy. So it's and of course round one is always something special, because you're kind of in a warm-up mode, and there are different, it's like the first round and the last round, I believe it is very special in the tournament.
It's certainly special, and we can see on the screen that it was Magnus Carlsen who was first to arrive in his encounter against Fabiano Caruana. Often we see Magnus strolling in quite late.
Yeah, normally Magnus, I think either by choice or by design, he prefers to arrive late to avoid the crowds, to avoid kind of the autographs, the photos. Remember, this is his home tournament, Magnus Carlsen, so there'll be throngs of fans outside waiting for him every day. But it shows he means business. He's looking smart. He's looking fresher maybe than yesterday. And if he did get a good night of sleep, that could be decisive for him. Interesting game ahead. This is maybe the marquee match of the round.
Also a new hairstyle.
The man bun.
And there's a handshake, and they are off. Any predictions for the first? Oh, well, hang on a second. Fabiano got there before all of us. He's opened with a king's pawn. And do you think Magnus will just play Sicilian, or do you think he will actually copy?
It goes e5.
E5. Oh, E6.
Wow. Ambitious stuff already.
Got a good sleep.
Yeah, Magnus only dabbles in the French defense when he's feeling in a mood for a fight. Of course, there's huge risk entailed, and this is extra brave because I've played through Fabi's games. I was looking for inspiration from the white side against the French defense, and Fabiano has almost 100% record against the French. It's just crazy. He seems to win every game. So the fact that Magnus is kind of provoking him like this, wow, it takes courage. Judith, what's your thoughts on this early development? Not his normal repertoire, Magnus Carlsen.
Well, I believe that simply Magnus is always famous to look for challenges, and he likes to challenge himself a lot. And probably this part that Fabiano has a great score in the French, it makes him even more hungry to break this kind of thread for Fabi. And of course, when you really play with someone for years and decades, for so many times, you try to make a surprise. You try to make something different. So I think this is one of the biggest challenges and difficulty for the top players: how to keep your motivation to play against another player, not to repeat the same openings, somehow to create a new idea, a new kind of type of game, or provoke your opponent.
I can vaguely recall a few years ago when Fabiano started with his wonderful 7 out of 7 streak in America.
St. Louis.
St. Louis. I remember him beating Magnus in a French, wasn't it?
They had 2 games there. I think Fabiano beat Magnus, was it in an accelerated dragon when Fabiano had the white pieces? At least that was the opening. I'm not sure the result in that game. He got 1.5 out of 2 against Magnus in that tournament. But either way, I think they have had the French against each other, Jovanka. I think you're right. Magnus has kind of poked the bear with the French defense on occasion against Fabiano, and this is the position we do have. It's the classical variation of the French, white with a lot of space, but black is going to try and chip away at white's pawn center, and this won't have come as too much of a surprise. Like you said, Judith, Magnus normally plays e5, he plays the Sicilian, and these guys have had countless battles in those openings, but Magnus has been playing the French consistently in rapid and blitz chess throughout the last few months and years. So Fabi, he's known to do his homework extremely well. He will have had this position on the board, and now he has a variety of plans, setups to choose from.
Well, I love this position, to be honest, from the white side. I was practically playing only once, I think, the French in classical. Kramnik, I think, because I just had such a bad score against him. I said, okay, I just do something different. And he played e4, and at the time he was not such a big e4 player. And but definitely I prefer to play it from the white side. I always felt very comfortable with that. But it's a very challenging position because white is going to be playing queen d2 probably and starting to go long castle optionally, not all the time, but I was a player who was always looking at that direction, so you can push your pawns on the king side with g4 and f5. But it can also go different a little bit if the c5, d4 pawns are going to be exchanged, then it can be a little different. And black is going to be playing b5, so black is pushing his pawns on the queen side while white is pushing the pawns with g4, knight g3 or f5, knight f4. So in this game it can easily happen that, let's say, in the first 30 moves there is not going to be even an exchange of any piece or any pawns.
Yeah, just a really tense position, and knight e2 isn't the main move. You mentioned, Judith, white normally just kind of by default plays the move queen d2. Here I guess he's ready to just cement the pawn center. If he gets the pawn to c3, he's built this beautiful pawn chain. So it's now the moment for Magnus to do something. I guess either you trade in the center, or it comes to mind that you can maybe attack this pawn. And sometimes you can get away with grabbing this pawn if you're feeling really brave. It does feel like white has slightly slowed down their development with knight to e2, this retreating move.
At the same... Sorry.
I was just going to say, it does feel like the time is now for black to do something, because, I mean, I love these positions from the white side if white is able to reinforce the pawn center, as you mentioned, and then you have the free hand to attack on the king side.
It's interesting in these structures that it's always a question that who is going to give up the tension in the center. Is white going to be taking on c5 and then place some piece, probably the knight on d4? Or is it going to be black to capture it on d4? But as you said, David, c3 is the next move. So if black is not reacting by playing c takes d4, which is not very logical in some way, because the knight e2 really has a great sense, right? If black captures on d4, knight d4 immediately. At the same time, black can bring his knights through c5 to e4. And let's see, queen b6. The most typical move of the French, right?
Yes. It's very thematic. It puts pressure on the white b2 pawn, which is currently undefended, but also some tactical ideas potentially on the center, maybe along this diagonal. And it is a bit awkward for white to defend this pawn. You never really want to step it forward. You will create dark squared weaknesses in the white position. Wow, queen c1 immediately from Fabiano. This looks slightly awkward, but again, if he gets one more move to play c3.
At the same time, if you think about it, there is not much of a choice for white. Probably queen c1 was the only move, because b3 is not a move, right? You don't want to make weaknesses. Rook b1 is not really a move either, because possibly queen a5 check. So it seems like a very different theory developing nowadays. When I was playing still back almost a decade ago, queen c1 kind of things we didn't do in these positions. But with the engines, of course, life is developing differently.
Yeah, we can be sure that Fabiano has checked this with an engine. And I have a feeling that Magnus will be surprised by this plan. It feels like Magnus tried to do the surprising, but he's the one who's now reacting to a new position. You can kind of see body language. Magnus is going to be deep.
But I don't think he minds.
No,
right?
true.
I think he likes new things, new ideas, to think about it, to think what kind of plan is really matching here. What are the drawbacks of having the queen on c1 instead of having it on d1 or d2? Is there a momentum now that he has to take on d4 and bring out the bishop to f5, for example, to c5?
Mm.
I think he'll like it, this fresh position, as long as he doesn't get hit by more opening theory a bit later, a bit deeper on. But let's allow Magnus a few minutes to mull over this position. Maybe let's zoom out and see how the openings have progressed on the other boards. We do have 4 other games in action, 5 games every day. We're really spoilt for choice in terms of where to go. And still early stages, of course, in all of the games. Do any positions catch your eye, Jovanka?
Yeah, I was. Just looking at they all seem quite normal at the minute, but I guess the one that kind of catches my eye the most, just because I want to see how these players are getting on, is the game between Alireza Firouzja and Gukesh. And okay, it looks like a normal, boring type of game, but I'm interested in how both sides are kind of like developing their forces. I mean, what kind of mindset, what kind of approach have they gone for? And because one thing I've noticed about Firouzja is that his technique is pretty exceptional, but it's sometimes a little bit shaky.
Yeah, let's definitely let's start with that game. Let's go round the horn and maybe do an update on how all of the openings have progressed. Jovanka mentioning that Alireza occasionally a bit inconsistent, but he's very dangerous with the white pieces. I've suffered on the black side of the Italian game against him in the Grand Swiss. He killed my hopes in the final rounds of getting to the candidates in this opening, in this exact position pretty much. So he knows his stuff, and I think there against me he played the move h2 to h3. And Alireza, he's an expert on all the little details, the little nuances you can try and do without this move. You can just retreat the white knight, bring it round, sit it nice and pretty on the g3 square. At the right moment later, white will be pushing for d4. And yeah, Judith, this one's going to be a lot of maneuvering over the next few moves.
Oh yeah, well, it's Italian. And interesting that yesterday we saw some games having being the pawn on a4, right? So on the queen side, it's always a question. After a5, white does not have an opportunity to play b4 and gain space. But it's a question whether white plays a4 later or wants to keep the pawn still there. And yeah, I agree that, of course, the knight from d2 will be transferred to f1 most likely. I was never playing the Italian, you know, with the white pieces. Somehow I liked more the Rai Lopez until Berlin started to stop me from enjoying it.
The 1e4 killer, the Berlin.
Yeah. So knight f1 is on the board.
And what was it that didn't attract you to the Italian game? Because I guess it's kind of a very similar opening there, almost related. The Italian and the Spanish, both openings do lead to maybe more maneuvering positions with this white bishop out.
I think the Ryan Lopez, I like that it was more straightforward. I was playing lines where after c3 you play d4 and not d3. So white has the space advantage, and I was kind of happy and prepared for the different lines black was playing. And here I'm kind of worried many times about black playing d5 and black is taking the initiative from the other side. At the same time, I know that it's not so simple for black to play d5 because the rook is on e1, knight on f3, putting pressure on the e5 pawn. And even if black gets to play d5, things are not so simple for black. If white reaches the knight g3 to knight e4, it can be very unpleasant. So black has to be very careful when he can play d5. And now we see a4, what we just discussed, whether white to have a4 on the board is good or not. So black has his way of thinking and planning.
Yeah, and I've always found this plan as black very controversial. Just pushing the pawn forward is very ambitious, of course, but this pawn can become weak in certain variations. I remember analysing, if not this exact position, then something very similar where white goes hunting already for this pawn on a4, and it gets very, very sharp. You try and provoke the black pawn forward. If it steps even further forward, it might end up a weakness on this square. White will bypass with b4, and the lines get very complicated. Also, watch out for the black rook lifting to a5. Some crazy variations have been discovered in recent times of the rook sitting on a5, the bishop dropping back, and the rook supporting that d5 push you mentioned later on, Judith.
So what about bishop b5 right now?
I think that's the big question.
I was going to ask the same thing, because this is very much the modern approach, right? Just to push your pieces forward, push your pawns forward, and just take the space. Because I've been reading some books about the older masters, and they were very hesitant about pushing pawns. They said, you know, if you push pawns, you leave behind weak squares, and you've got to guard those squares. And it seems like modern day chess is not really about that.
Yes, because time is a very important factor in chess, and I'm not thinking about the clock right now, but I'm talking about the tempos, right? So after bishop b5, maybe, for example, bishop g4 makes a lot of sense. So in case bishop a4, then bishop f3 would be possible to take, and then queen cannot take back. Only the pawn from g2 has to capture back. And the pawn structure is not something that white can be very happy with. But I'm not sure it gives anything great for black or enough compensation. Playing knight h5, going knight f4, queen h4.
It kind of looks like a good archangel for black.
Yeah, it looks like a variation of the Spanish there, Ivanka, you're right. And there's so many little details. Just to show one variation that I've analysed, but is completely different here. Move order is so important. If we backtrack to this position where Firouzja has just played the move knight to f1, if instead he had played h3, then a4 is indeed one of the main lines, and you can justify this tactically by playing the move bishop d7. It looks a bit crazy, giving up the pawn, but now you can cash in rook takes a4, and here there's moves like knight to b4, discovered attack against the queen. Black is a load of material down, but next move you're going to take this pawn on d3, and the position gets crazy. So now all of these little details are different this time, because white has dropped the knight back to f1, and after a4, bishop b5, this is no longer possible, this whole variation, because knight to b4 can simply be met by queen to d1, and the difference is this pawn is protected. And that's why the Italian game for me has been so confusing my whole life. You just one tiny move order change and everything is completely different.
That was a very flashy line there you showed. Loved it. It was unexpected.
Unexpected, and that's why I keep losing on the black side of the Italian game, because I always try to make these little tactics work, and then my opponent plays one little move and suddenly you've got to find a totally different plan. And Firouzja now in the tank, I think he's mulling over the concept of going after this black pawn, the intruder, on a4. But we'll let him think about whether to go for it immediately or whether to continue manoeuvring simply. The problem might be that knight to g3 in this position will be met by black hunting down white's light squared bishop. So complicated position at an early stage.
Certainly. And shall we take a zoom out and have another walk around the park?
Yeah, and let's check in next on the All-American clash between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. This is early days. Let's get this position out the way quickly. I came to this one, Judith, because you mentioned the Berlin, and it is the Berlin defense, the most solid opening in chess, and it's early stages, but looking very balanced so far. And we see Wesley on the camera, deep in thought, Hikaru away from the board. This is the position they've got, and maybe let's do a recap from move 1, just to show what's happened. White played 1 e4. It was the Spanish opening, and Judith mentioned knight f6. Well, this is what turned me away from playing the Spanish as well, the Roy Lopez, and not the anti-Berlin, allowing a capture here, and it's the symmetrical variation. So lots of trades already at this early stage. I guess the main interest is white dropping back the rook to an unnatural square on e2. This one is very provocative. I guess the plus side is that sometimes you can line up your queen behind your rook to control the open file, but at the same time the rook does block in the white bishop. And just to catch up with the current position, white has just played pawn to d5. So Wesley showing ambition, gaining space.
Well, yeah, I've seen this position for a long time. And trying to squeeze out some advantage for white side. Basically, white's aim is to get a more pleasant position, because you're not really going to get a clear advantage, right? And after d5, the idea is that it's important that it stops black from playing d5, and after that the bishop would be coming out to f5, g4, knight can come back to d6, so it would be kind of very comfortable for black. So white is gaining space after d5. At the same time, the f6 bishop can be much more powerful than without white playing d5. So white wants to play later c3, or in some occasions c4, develop the bishop. The big question and the challenge for black, what he's going to be doing with his knight from e8, right? So most likely is going with g6, knight g7 at some point. The question is now, black is going to be developing the bishop c8 bishop with d6, bishop d7, or bishop f5, or the other way. Somehow rook e2 is kind of also provoking that black is going b6 and bishop a6, or bishop b7. So the next 4 or 5 moves will decide whether white can really play for something or there's not much. I have the feeling that it's a typical round 1 game. You don't want to go and put all in, right? You go for solid. I mean, they also have a pass. They respect each other. They would want to win, but not by any cost.
True. Yeah, he feels like the type of position for white where you can always pull the reverse break. Just kind of, yeah, if you need to, then you can bail out with a draw a bit later on if you lose a bit of control. But d6 from Nakamura. Another plan might be to try and fight against this kind of strong point, the spearhead of white's position on d5. Maybe c6, knight to c7, and black is very, very solid. Meanwhile, white might be trying to get the knight to e4 to at least grab the bishop pair for his troubles. Yeah, early stages, but looking balanced, Ivanka.
Certainly looking balanced. I'm sure lots of people will be asking at home, why did white put the rook on e2? I mean, what superpower does it have there?
That's a good question.
Well, first of all, what David said, that queen e1 to have the battery there, many times it's more powerful.
Right.
The other reason is that white might be considering that it's not really important to have the diagonal and the openness of the f1 bishop, because it's not useful so much. It can also be at some point, let's say if white is going c4, then bishop f4 can be played, and on the second rank the b2 pawn is defended. And it can also be that white is just going to be developing with the bishop, knight, and the queen, and already white is ready to double the rook from a1 to e1.
Sophisticated stuff.
It's very sophisticated, yeah. And I first saw this idea in the World Championship match in 2016 between Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Karyakin, and there the rook dropped to e2. Black played a move like b6, and then the rook just dropped back to e1 to evade bishop a6. And white is just arguing that black is actually weakening themselves. And
I would really argue on that one.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
You know, there are some situations and moves when I believe that if it's Magnus who plays it, if it's Karyakin or some very top players playing it, you say, wow, let's see and discover what is the deepness of this. If it would be, let's say, 300 rating or 500 rating point less, you would just say, come on, you lost the tempo.
You said it, not me. I mean, it's true though.
Yeah, and often these top players, I mean, they lose the plot a bit because they're looking at the computer and they'll probably see that Rookie 1 it might be the top move, but Rookie 2 is maybe the third best move, and it doesn't change the evaluation much. So why not experiment? Why not try to kind of weird out the opponent by playing these strange moves and get them thinking at an early stage? So this
the problem is it's very much theory, and all the top players are analyzing this with engines, so they try to look for something really, really small, little different idea. If you do the same things, maybe I will have a little idea that it can confuse the opponent. So
yeah, early days. I think we'll backtrack to this one a bit later on to see how White deals with the weird, the strange placement of his rook on e2. But either way, it looks like Nakamura has a few questions to solve before he can fully claim equality. So let's go back to the bird's eye view, and I think we've seen 3 of the 5 games so far at this early stage. Let's check in on one of those that we haven't. Maybe Abdusattorov, the winner of yesterday's Blitz event against Anish Giri, and this one, of course, a big game, and okay, a lot of moves at this early stage. It's a big game for Abdusattorov. If he can continue his form, I think he'll be full of confidence and he'll be a hard man to stop at these early stages. And yeah, soon I want to ask predictions for all of the games from the both of you. But first, let's delve into this one with Anish Giri away from the board. Nodibek Abdusattorov sitting there, mulling over his position. Let's just do a quick recap, as we did with the other games on the opening. So this is the current position. Let's see how we got there. It was a Queen's Pawn opening, and it was a variation of the Queen's Gambit declined, Bishop e7, and a variation with d takes c4. Not the normal move. Normally black just simply castles kingside. Instead, black is happy to trade off a set of pawns, giving white an isolated Queen's Pawn, but it has come at the cost of time. And the last move, knight c6. What are our thoughts at this early stage? Isolated Queen's Pawn can lead to some quite dynamic play.
I got the isolated pawn from the Carlsen attack. That's what I played with white, but in those systems, most of the time I have my bishop still on c1. And of course, isolated pawn is a completely different structure and it has a completely different dynamic. White has to be energetic and straightforward, because if some of the pieces are going to be exchanged, let's say, then white can get very easily dangerous position. Karpov liked to play very much from the black side. I had several games with him also. And what is interesting idea here with black in the next moves after h6, bishop h4, what is very typical, to go knight h5 and try to exchange the black square bishop. And it is very tricky for white what kind of exchange of pieces can be on favor of white, because usually it's better not to exchange pieces here.
Yeah, I think that's a very thematic plan and a very logical one. Often black also just fianchettos this bishop. White needs a breakthrough, or white needs at least some type of attack at an early stage to justify having this weak pawn in the center. Of course, you can always kind of step forward later on if you really want to simplify and make a draw, but I doubt Abdusattorov is playing this opening with that in mind. And Judah, you mentioned that this comes from the Caro-Kann, Jovanka's favorite opening. It can also come from the Nimzo Indian defense. It can come from the C3 Sicilian, some French defenses, a whole bunch of openings. So this is a core part of players' understanding how to work the IQP, the isolated Queen's Pawn.
Certainly, and I think it's a wise choice from Anish, because there is a degree of pressure on the white side that, you know, that they have to do something. Otherwise, as you've both been alluding to, black is simply going to play for those simplifications. So, you know, white has to just accelerate the play. I've actually had lots of games against you, David, in this, and I was suffering in a few of them.
When I was young, that was the only thing I knew, just isolated Queen's Pawn at any cost with white. With the French Sicilian Caro-Kann, I would just get the isolated Queen's Pawn and hope to checkmate. But if I didn't checkmate, often my opponents would outplay me in the end game. That's the problem.
But yeah, I mean, I just, because Nordebek, of course, is a universal player, a fantastic player, but I feel like his skill set is more to the technical side. You give him a small advantage and he's relentless with it. And here, I think it's somewhat uncomfortable for people who are not naturally so aggressive or so kind of like freestyling with their play to kind of just push their pieces forward and just hope for the best. Plans that I've seen, as you guys mentioned, like just castle, centralize the rooks, and go for that kingside attack. But it's difficult to orchestrate here, and somehow you feel that white should be perhaps centralizing the rooks and blasting open in center.
Yeah, maybe we jump into the analysis board just to show some plans. And Jovanka, you mentioned that if white gets time, for example, after castling, if white gets all the time in the world to just set up, say, rook e1, black kind of fianchettos, let's say I'll just make some random moves on the board, and something like this, if black plays too slowly, then white has a very dangerous attack. White can kind of line up on this diagonal. There'll be some checkmating ideas here against the black king.
I see you get enthusiastic about it.
This is like my ultimate dream as a child, getting a position like this. White can break through in the center.
And we can say and point out that it's very important in this kind of position already that black played h6, which actually gives a great weakness for black, because after bishop b1, when black has to play g6 also, then all kind of rook a6 check sacrifices can arrive there. So the pawn would be much better standing on h7.
Yeah, just to show your idea. Rook takes e6, bang.
We are in the mood.
We're in the mood to checkmate.
Look at the bar.
This is definitely going to happen. But yes, the problem for white here, this is all beautiful, of course, and this will lead to checkmate. The problem here is, as Judith said, black is not obliged to play slowly, and ideas such as knight h5, as you mentioned, getting these bishops off the board tends to be the antidote. This was only discovered, I guess, by players who kind of understood the dangers of keeping the pieces on the board, and now black is totally fine. You've got pressure along this diagonal. White has no more attack. The knight can often jump in or jump back and sit in this outpost in front of the isolated queen's pawn, and if this type of thing happens, often it can backfire on white. So Abdusattorov, let's go back to the game, has just castled, and we will await developments here. It's all definitely a matter of time, and it's a bit of a race who can attack first or who can simplify first if you are Anish Giri. And for sure, he's worked out the details. He knows his stuff, Anish, and in the opening, he's the one that I defer to in these types of positions as well. And he immediately castles back as black.
Very solid play.
Solid stuff. Yeah, fun.
And also not only knight h5, but also knight d5 is something which is very common, right? It's the only thing, let's say after rook e1, if knight d5 is played. It is a very common way of transition in isolated pawn positions. After knight d5, bishop d5, e d5, and then we have a full symmetrical position. Which is a kind of position, it's not for everybody, and it's kind of lifeless position, very, very positional. So knight d5, knight h5 with black, or really playing b6 as you showed, and bishop b7, that's the most common plans. And the only thing is that white, for example, after rook e1, b6, d5 might be strong, I think, or it has to be considered, right?
Yeah, let's maybe jump in and show that. Some of the dangers that await black if you are careless after rook e1, which we are expecting a very logical move, b6, maybe d5. And here there are some tactics. You have to calculate all sorts of things. Maybe knight a5 for black, hitting this bishop. But yeah, if you do take in the center, then this could backfire. Lots of options for white. I'm not sure which one to go for. But for example, just taking back. And this one gets sharp, some stuff hanging, this bishop hanging.
Yeah, but it seems like black is completely fine, right? Takes on h4, takes on c6, rook b8. And
got away with it.
White is not fast enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So these are the lines that the players will be calculating. This is the current position. Abdusattorov, I should mention, has spent a lot of time, 25 minutes up to this point. We're only at move 10, and still a very kind of well-known type of position. It feels like the opening's been a success for Anish Giri, at least in psychological terms at this early stage. A lot of life here.
Yeah, definitely. After move, what is it? It's move 10 or so. So you can say that the opening battle was won by Anish.
Yep, at least in surprise value. And just for completeness, I think there's one other game. Let's check in on the opening there before we decide where to focus. And let's go back to the bird's eye view. The game we haven't mentioned so far is Shakhriyar Mamedyarov as white against Arian Tari. And this is a big clash. Arian, the lowest rated seed in the tournament by quite a distance, actually. So a lot of players will be targeting him. He starts with black yesterday. He had a tough time in the Blitz tournament, but did defeat Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. So a bit of confidence there for him. And Mamedyarov was on fire yesterday. He starts with white, and this is the current position. Early thoughts, Judith?
Well, what I realize is that well, the black square bishop was exchanged, which I don't know who does it favors. It looks kind of a little bit also kind of a pun of attack from the other side, the reversed colors. It is kind of strange for me. I would think that with white, probably b3 might be a plan to break up the c4 pawn, or also knight e5 I would consider as an option to go for. It looks a pretty balanced game for me so far.
Yeah, and Jovanka, Judith mentioned the point there. It looks basically like a Caro-Kann with reverse colours.
I know, and it was quite nice because I was able to apply those patterns from there, and I know that b3 is definitely an idea, and something that I wrote in my Caro book is like when you see that pawn structure, it's a good idea to jump in with a knight into the centre and just to disrupt the harmony of black's position, and also at the same time target the d5 pawn, which doesn't have any support.
Yeah, often this is a big weakness, and just again for completeness sake, let's go back from the start just to play through the first 10 moves. Still early days here. This game started as an English opening, and to go through quickly, we did see this transposed later to a Queen's pawn opening. The Queen's Gambit declined, and here it's the Tarrasch variation, and here we did see white not choosing to capture this pawn, maybe the critical concept here to try and take up black's gambit, where I guess black's plan was to step forward with d4. Instead, white just locked down the center, and this is how we got the current position. And yeah, those two plans on tap for
but
white
I
next
also
move.
believe that sometimes strong players and experienced players like Mamedyarov as well, they might simply choose an opening and decide to go to this direction where the opponent can be not so experienced, and maybe he believes that, okay, I'm just going to be outplaying my opponent. It's not that white has a great advantage or anything like that. Basically, it's important whether you're familiar with the structures, with the plans, with the ideas. And this is a very unusual position to me, to be honest, to look at this. I mean, b3 somehow wants to be played in this position. I don't like it if black is able to play a6 and b5, let's say, because somehow then black is taking over the initiative on the queen side, and there is not much on the king side that white can be proud of.
Yeah, this is true. And it is Ariane's move as black, so maybe this is what he'll go for, just supporting his advanced pawn here, as you're both kind of hinting at there. If black's pawn ever gets exchanged, if white does get time now to play b3 and we see an exchange on this square, black is left with a long-term isolated pawn on d5, long-term weakness, and it could be one-sided traffic later in the endgame. So
I don't know
makes sense.
which color I would pick, to be honest. Whether I would rather play it with the black side or the white side. Which one would you pick?
Toss a coin. I'm happy with either side here.
Okay.
I think maybe I would slightly prefer black, just because, well, if I can keep this pawn on c4, just because it feels like white is struggling for a concrete plan. But
it's also very interesting, I think, in chess that we have this idea that many times just because we see someone playing from the white side, we tend to think that the white is kind of a little bit better maybe. So in an equalish position, we much easier say that white is maybe slightly better. Where I can say, I mean, in this position also, I can say that if we just paint, reverse all the pieces, then I'm not sure whether if I would be black, which is white color, whether, well, maybe I would say, well, I'm really trying to fight for equalization, right? And it goes the same to the other game where we are going to go back with Nakamura. The Berlin, it's also like just because you're playing with the white pieces, it doesn't mean that you're having the upper hand.
yeah, and I guess that's why there's this modern trend of everyone playing openings just with reverse colors, one extra tempo, because, yeah, they're colorblind at this point, right? They're just happy to play any position as long as there's dynamic potential. But yeah, let's check back in on this one later. Let's zoom out and go to the bird's eye view.
Definitely. And as we take a look at the bird's eye view, I think it's time for our first break of the day. The tension is starting to build and it's all looking like it's exciting stuff. And of course, don't miss your chance because something special is coming up. Don't miss your chance to win Diamond membership this Friday. The chess.com Discord server is hosting an arena with 4 diamond memberships up for grabs. To stake your claim, join the Discord at go.chess.com/Discord, then connect your chess.com account and you're done. You now can compete in the weekly arena for our Discord community and win free diamond membership. Use !Discord in chat now. And that's a time for a quick break as we're going to join the action. See you on the other side.
Alright, that's my move. Oh yeah, do you want to be black? Okay. We have a No Boys Allowed chess club because it feels like in chess sometimes there's too many boys who are just, you know, critical or judgmental. It's a pretty intimidating space, or it can be when you go to a chess club and there's no other girls there. So we want this to be a place where girls feel comfortable playing chess. It doesn't matter if you're good or a beginner. That's what the chess cave is for.
Hello, and we are back after that short breather and time to reignite that chess fire. And there we can see Fabiano Caruana playing with the white pieces against none other than Magnus Carlsen. You have to remember, back in 2018, these two faced off against each other for that World Championship crown. And take a look at some of Fabiano Caruana's very impressive achievements as a reigning two-time US champion. In 2018, he was the World Championship runner-up when he lost to Magnus Carlsen, and he's got the highest tournament performance rating in classical chess history. Look at that. 3098. I don't even know how to say that. And then the third highest FIDE rating in chess history of 2844. A very, very impressive player. He's known for his calculating skills, and he's got the white pieces against none other than Magnus Carlsen in the first round of Norway Chess. And well, and I can just look at that position that I can see on the board. I mean, it's looking wild already.
Oh, a lot. Very wild. So far, no piece was exchanged, as we expected. Bishop g2 was just played. White wants to castle, I guess, in the next move. There's a big question whether any tension can be broken there in the center, because of course the white always has to look after some kind of breaking out for black, taking on d4, taking on e5, or even sacrificing something in the center, specifically on e5. But for the moment it seems that white is really defending every single piece. So queen on c1, after all, it would be just fine on d2. But white did not have time in previous situations to play queen d2 and having c3 at the same time. So that's why we see the queen on c1, because only later c3 was played. So I'm expecting actually later on, after castle short castle, to have queen d2, placing it to a better place. But it can be actually a very nice position for white if black cannot break something up in the center.
Yeah, I completely agree. It feels like the stakes are far higher for Magnus here than they are for Fabiano. And yeah, after bishop g2, I'm just loving white's pawn chain. You look at the center here, it's like maneuver. As Judith mentions, you can castle, you can bring your queen forward, start bringing this rook into the game, slide it across. You could start pushing pawns against the black king. You have a variety of plans to choose from for black, for Magnus Carlsen. It's much harder. For example, where is this knight ever going to go if it can't sacrifice itself to break open the pawn center? Do you really have to step back in some cases? How do you develop the bishop behind it? These are two big problem pieces. It feels like you're lacking plans. Do you have to move the queen out of the way to start pushing pawns forward? It takes so long, and I'm not sure black has that luxury. So right now could be a critical moment for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and I was consulting the opening database while David was talking, and there is an alternative plan which has been played twice, and there's only been 2 games in the database so far, and that's actually black has both times captured the pawn in the middle. They couldn't handle the tension.
Okay, which pawn, Jovanka, on d4?
Yeah,
or e5?
d4, sorry.
Mm-hmm. And maybe we can dive in and see how those previous games went. The predecessors in this position, what happened after c takes d4, c takes d4?
Both games, actually, funny enough, actually ended up with black capturing another pawn in the center. Pawn takes pawn. And in fact, black actually has a good score, 67%. But, you know, the pool of games is quite low.
Mm-hmm. And just because it's such a critical moment still, a couple of pawn trades haven't really changed too much. Can I ask for another move or two to see what happened?
Queen check, queen b5 check, queen 4. Sorry, hang on, no, queen b5, sorry.
Okay, queen b5, interesting. Judith, you mentioned this plan of white castling. Now the black queen keeps this knight under watchful gaze, so castling not possible. And I guess the idea if the knight hits the queen is to jump in.
It is.
Wow, creative stuff. This is the type of thing that might be needed just to hold the balance for black. If you don't find something creative, you'll just get squashed slowly.
At the same time, I was considering after queen b5, which is a very interesting move, to play knight f4, so stopping the queen to go to d3. I cannot castle in the next move. That's something that I would be unhappy with, and that can be a problem, but I'm attacking on e6.
Yeah, and I see the evaluation bar drop here. What could the idea be for black?
Maybe some kind of knight b4 and chop on f4. Knight d3 ideas.
Ooh, nice. So just to show your idea, if the pawn steps up, rook takes knight, and yeah, you want to jump in with a nasty check, a family fork, a royal fork on d3. I guess that wouldn't be allowed by white. This is such a crazy position though after knight to b4. Feels like maybe white can drop back and hit, but undeveloping pieces is counterintuitive. Doesn't feel right. Even the computer can't make up its mind, the evaluation bar there.
But you know what? Maybe after knight f4, maybe g5 can be the move, and sacrificing the e6 and knight b4. I don't know, but a lot of tactical ideas coming up here.
G5 is my instinct, and also I remember Fabi just recently having a game where I think it was in the Chess Kids where his opponent like lashed out with g5 and suddenly, oops, Fabi was in big trouble.
Yeah, you're right. That was also in the French defense against Alexander Shimanov, and that was equally dramatic. Fabi did later turn around that game as white, but yeah, this would be easy to miss. You could kind of play a move like knight f4, think you're winning, or not, maybe not winning, but you think you have a big advantage, but suddenly you get hit by a move like g5, and suddenly your position might fall apart. So the stakes incredibly high. And if we go back to the game position, it's here. Magnus needs something. If he doesn't find this idea with maybe trading everything and going queen b5, then I do fear for his chances.
But I think maybe queen b5 can be played immediately, or after c takes d4, queen b5. So it's a very interesting and smart idea to stop white from castling, right? Because if white has the time for castling queen d2, everything is protected, then white will have a huge advantage. I think very pleasant position for white to play.
Yeah, and maybe that's why the placement of the queen is so important. If the queen was on d2, white would have everything under control. You're kind of guaranteed to castle on the next couple of moves. But Magnus, he's spent almost 20 minutes up to this point. He needs to kind of invest more time now, and he gets away from the board.
At the same time, Fabiano was spending 30 minutes up to this point already.
Mm-hmm. So both players, it feels like they're freestyling, and I was confused there. Magnus got up from the board, but it was his move still. He was just taking off his jacket, just getting comfortable, and I think he realizes this is a critical moment. The top players, Judith, they're always really aware of when the games could be decided long term, and this feels like a key moment.
Certainly a key moment, and I just kind of was inspired to ask you both a question, because I know when it comes to like business and the approaches that you should have to improving the marketing side, they always encourage you that, you know, you zoom in and then you zoom out. Is this particular approach like relevant for chess? Like in terms of like, first of all, you have your calculations, and then of course you should step back and have a look at the bigger picture.
Well, I would say zooming out, zooming in, especially, for example, after a time travel, when you played everything very fast, you could not follow exactly what was going on. There are different exchanges, pawn structure change, everything. In that moment, after move 40, for example, I'm always convinced that the best thing you can do is, instead of making the next move, go out to the bathroom, take a walk or whatever, zoom out, get rid of all the tension and all the calculations and all the changes what has happened, and then go back with a fresh eye. There, for example, I think it's a must, because many times there are many mistakes done because your mind is still on the previous pawn structure, or still what it was, and you're trying to fix it, and there's a completely different picture already.
Yeah, and I'm getting flashbacks, Jovanka. You mentioned zooming out and only then making a decision when you're kind of a bit calmer. I mean, the number of angry emails or emotional texts that I've sent without kind of taking a step back that I wish I could take back and regret. And it's the same in chess. It's like you don't want to make an emotional move, right? You want that moment back. And actually, it's since I became a commentator that now I talk to myself more during a game. I remember we had a conversation in the car. Judy, you were saying you think purely in moves or mostly in moves. Nowadays, I add words, kind of explanations to myself, and at least the thought process is a bit cleaner, but yeah, of course, calculation just as important. And yeah, I definitely feel it helps to kind of combine just pure moves, pure variations with a little bit of perspective, a little bit of calmness as well. C takes d4, your move on the board, Jovanka.
Yeah, and if it happens, it does look like black does have their fair share of chances, but as you guys mentioned, the shoe is on black's foot. He has to play in a very accurate way.
Yeah, and we like this start. And Fabiano taking a small pause. Again, good strategy here. White most likely is going to take back with the pawn. You want to keep your pawn structure intact, that nice little formation we showed earlier. But you could make an argument potentially of taking on d4 with the knight. So the top players, they tend to just do this. They tend to double check on any automatic recaptures just in case there might be a stronger continuation.
Yeah, because knight e2 to d4, it also has quite a logical idea behind it, right? If the center is not falling apart after fe5 or something, then it could be a very sensible move. At the same time, of course, the first move comes to mind, that you have to keep the chain of the pawns and capture it with the pawn.
Yep, so first instinct, you definitely want to take back with your pawn here. But yeah, knight takes d4. I'm not sure exactly what would happen, but for example, the type of chaos that could ensue, you could take this pawn, knight takes e6, d4, and it just gets totally messy. I mean, probably this is fine for white, or good for white even, but this is the type of thing you would have to calculate just to justify such a kind of critical decision.
But on a practical level, I mean, would you go into this? Because, you know, this, you'd need to burn a lot of time on the clock calculating every single consequence here, because the white king is stuck in the middle of the board. And bearing in mind that you won't get that increment until after move 40, do you make that investment?
For me, actually, I was surprised that Fabi was spending even a minute on c takes d4, because somehow it also depends what kind of self-confidence you have and how sure are you about what you're doing and about the position. I think many of the players wouldn't even think about it and play instantly c takes d4.
Yeah.
And he did eventually.
He did.
Yeah, but I think Fabi is maybe one of a kind in that regard. At the top level, he will pause and calculate everything to the end just to double check things. Magnus, for example, and some others at the top level, they'll be quite instinctive. They'll play c takes d4, and it's the move they want to play. If there's any issues, they'll worry about that a bit later. And you also mentioned, Jovanka, the lack of increment in at least the first 40 moves of this tournament. During the World Championship match, Ding against Nepo, the lack of increment made it far more exciting, right? Led to more drama.
Yeah, with no increment, it makes a different game, especially towards the time control is completed. Because, well, I remember those days when I was playing in Linares and Ivanchuk had, let's say, 1 minute for 20 moves, you know. And he was not the only one doing something like this. And it was the same thing for Karpov. He was a huge time trouble player. Well, you're also a time trouble player, aren't you, David?
I am. I didn't know Karpov was. I've seen some games of his where he was in time trouble, but I didn't know it was a bit of a habit.
Oh, yeah. So after this whole Fischer clock came into fashion in the early 2000 years, I think, then it was a great relief for Karpov, for example, or any of the very heavy time trouble players, because it was a life changer.
Yeah, I think I would have retired if I had to play games with 0 increment. I would have retired years ago.
But do you guys like this step back from a spectator point of view? Because I personally love it. I mean, I love the drama. I love the kind of the sheer relief on players' faces when they make that time control, and you can see them go, whoo, and I like it when they're shaking. Please tell me I'm not the only one.
To tell you the truth, I think simply a professional player, they should be understood for them, that they have to take care of their time. Mm-hmm. And, well, sorry, David, saying this.
I agree, Judith.
But I remember that when I was in my top years, I was not a time travel player at all. And when I started to feel that I'm kind of running out of time, I didn't have heavy time troubles, but let's say having 10 minutes for 6 moves or something, and I felt very, very uncomfortable already. So I think generally, also youngsters, when I talk to them, I tell them that you just have to know what you're doing, whether it's good or not, but the time is a priority, that you save your time for really, really bad times. Because once you have no time, you can't concentrate, you can't focus. I think the only player I know who can focus at least as good is Grishchuk.
And
okay,
David.
David is also good, but Grishuk is the guy who can sometimes play even better than if he's not in time.
I'm like a poor man's Grishuk.
But I have noticed one thing with David is when he does get himself into time trouble, they're really sharp positions, and so he can make those kind of like easy moves, or not easy moves, but safe moves quite quickly. But you keep us entertained.
Oh yeah, it's very entertaining, that's for sure. But for the player, it's very stressful, a lot of energy, a lot of emotions, I think. So it takes a lot of energy away in a tournament. But of course, from commentator point of view, I'm very much enjoying it. That they don't have extra time. And when I was a player, for me, it was kind of a serious change, because I was very good at how I'm consuming my time, and also I was playing in a very practical way, so I made my opponent think and make choices and decisions, so they were eating up their time. And then when they were in time trouble, I also made some surprising move, and the time was a very serious issue. While later on, when it was 30 seconds per move, that's a different story, because you don't find your opponent having 2 minutes for 12 moves, let's say, because they always gain time. So I had to a little bit change also my mindset.
And it just gave a thought to me where I was thinking, when you guys are playing chess, are you emotional? And by emotional, obviously, I don't mean like crying or whatever. I just mean, are you happy? Are you excited? I mean, or do you try to flatline that as much as possible?
Oh, that's one thing I've struggled with until maybe the last few years, Jovanka, especially in final rounds of tournaments. I'm always thinking about the result, the prize money, the emotion, the everything that's at stake. And that really affected my judgment. I think there was a 3-year period in my career where I just never won a last round because I was just kind of too much in my own head. And that's one thing I noticed the top players are so good at, maybe because they play so much these days, all of them. They kind of can take a step back. If they lose, fine. They'll have another tournament next week. And yeah, emotion at the chessboard, I don't think it plays too healthy of a role. So yeah, being in charge of your emotions, I think, is a key ingredient to their success, these top players. How about you, Judith?
I can absolutely agree on that. I think this is really the key of success on top level. The top level players, they can simply exclude the world while they are playing, and the less it affects you, the better you play. Yeah. Because you really have to be in the game, be in the flow of the game, focus only there. All the nuances has to be the most important thing for you during the game, right? So if it comes into your mind, the prize fund, the preparation, the pressure people putting on you, the expectations, all these things, it's killing.
But what about good emotions? Like, for instance, happiness. I mean, is that good? But like happiness, like you guys were discussing a situation like your opponent's in time trouble, and for me, I'm looking at the clock and I'm thinking, oh, they might lose on time, and then I actually feel a bit disappointed that they don't. And then it happens again, and I'm wondering whether I should allow these positive emotions of excitement, happiness.
Well, I think you can't exclude that one because it's part of the game, whether you're hyped up, you're excited, but you have to calm yourself down, because all in all, you have to be focusing exactly on that moment of the game, not before and not too much farther ahead, And of course, in a team competition, for example, it's even more difficult to handle yourself, that it depends on you. It's the last game and you can win the Olympic gold medal or whatever if you win. But it is really important to stay calm and just to look at the position, have a healthy understanding of the position, have a healthy self-confidence, keep the balance. And I think this is why the youngsters can be sometimes more efficient and playing better, because you don't feel that they would care. They are just brave, they don't care. I lose today, I win tomorrow. It doesn't affect them so heavily, because when emotionally it affects you, then it's already a problem. So you really have to work on that very much. I think the psychological aspect, that really focusing on the moves, on the game, on the depths of the chess ideas.
Yeah, having no fear. It's also, yeah, it's a key ingredient. And talking of having no fear, Magnus now, I'm a bit worried that he's fearful of his own position. He's not played any of those moves we suggested. We were talking about maybe queen b5, maybe coming knight b4, giving a check. He's still thinking after almost 10 minutes now on the clock, and maybe just while Magnus is in the tank, we can zoom out and check out some of the other games. There have been big developments in the All-American clash between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. Let's zoom out of this one and jump there. I'm fearful we might see a result in the near future in this one already. And queens are off the board. It's the Berlin after all. That's what we're accustomed to. And Judith, you mentioned that this opening was one of the main headaches for any Spanish player, any Roy Lopez player. Is this a position that might give Wesley some headaches in terms of winning chances?
Well, we can still say, I think, that the game is not a draw. It's just pretty much equalish position. There are still ways of trying to play a game and play it out, I believe. F3 is a kind of a logical move, bringing the king to F2 towards the center. And also sometimes G4 can be an idea to gain space. There is also an idea, I like knight A5 sometimes, try to provoke black to make some weaknesses with B6. I think it's something to still play out, but I wouldn't worry much for Nakamura in this position either. He might also play H5, for example, to stop G4.
Yeah, that would be a really classy move. That's the one thing I'm yet to master. When I see Magnus just throw H5 out randomly, it always seems to be an important inclusion a bit later in the game.
But if you're a little fashionable nowadays, every game you're going to show up and play H5 or G5 at some point.
True. That's the motto, right? If in doubt, if you don't see any good moves, just push your H-pawn.
But actually I like H5.
Yeah.
With the idea to play G5 also, bring the king to G6. I mean, black can also have a nice position. Yeah. H5, G5, H4, knight H5, king to F6, knight F4. I mean, if let's say you give me an opportunity to play 6 moves with black, I take over, and black is better.
Yeah, after all, white does have most central pawns, especially this D5 pawn on a light square, which could be overextended. White does have a light square bishop, which could kind of become a bad piece a bit later on, stuck behind its own pawns. So some kind of hints that black has something to play for as well. But yeah, I just fear that all the rooks will come off, or at least one set of rooks will come off on the central E file, on the open file here.
At the same time, I'm not sure I wouldn't like to play rather with black. If I would have the opportunity to play H5 to stop G4, then I play A5, possibly even A4. Rook E8 anytime, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there is no any rush for black to do so.
Yeah, quite a nice idea, right? To improve, but whereas for white, it's not that easy to progress.
Yeah, I guess white has a lot of kind of, I call them happy moves, just king F2 and, I don't know, G4 maybe, but what's
not
next?
After my H5.
Yeah, not after H5. That's an unhappy move if you're white here. Pushing H5.
But David, you know me very well. By progress, I mean push pawns.
Get them closer to
H5
promotion.
is there.
Exactly, on the move.
And I think white might play H4 just to stop your ideas of playing G5.
Maybe that's the best.
Yeah, fix a pawn on a light square at least.
Yeah, that's a very sensible idea, I think.
Yeah, to me it looks just very balanced, and the reason I don't kind of foresee there being a winner in this game is simply because Wesley's technique is so good. I can't foresee him getting in any trouble as white, and Nakamura, maybe one of the best defenders ever, but especially of this generation, it's hard to see black kind of suffering too much here.
I do have one quick question though before we leave this quite technical position. It is possible for white to actually jump to the A5 square with the knight and attack the B7 pawn. And the question is, like, does black just actually defend that pawn with a rook, or actually step forward with the B6 pawn? Because the reason I'm asking this is because there could potentially, if you kick away the knight, it could be a trade of a bishop for a knight, and that's like such a difficult thing to master.
Yeah, let's jump in. And what do you think of this one, Judith? If knight A5 does appear on the board, will black be provoked into playing B6?
Well, I think B6 is a very sensible idea, because knight C6, I believe, is not exactly so good, because knight D5 might be possible.
Oops.
Of course, after playing h5, it can be taken after rook d5 and rook h5. But it's definitely black who is having a great position. Having the rook on h5, you can't be too proud of. So black can go g6, rook e8, controlling the e file. It's definitely black who wants to be playing for a win, if anybody. So b6 is something possible. Though after b6, maybe knight b3 if we go back. And then play c4, knight d4.
Right.
It's a good square. But after knight a5, if we go back, it's also possible simply to play rook b8, and then black sits and wait. What do you want to do with your knight? Whether you're going to play c4, so you're ready to come back to b3 and d4.
And you say maths. Knight is worth 3 points. Rook is worth 5. White has a small edge.
Yeah, the black rook tied down by the white knight here.
Well, this is why if we go back to h5, it's an interesting position. It looks like it's completely drawish and there's no life, right? At the same time, it becomes very concrete because Nakamura had to make a decision. Do I play a5 to stop knight a5 and then I allow g4, or I play h5 and I allow knight a5, right? Because I'm pretty sure that the next move would be a5.
Yeah.
So I agree that probably white is going to be playing knight a5 in the next move. Though I think b6 is just perfectly fine for black.
Yeah, just to show your idea on the board there, Judith, king f2 most likely is met by a5, and yeah, suddenly it's harder for this white knight to get in.
Maybe I would be happy with white, you know, after a5.
Yeah,
somehow
I'm looking at maybe this one. I want to trade bishops, get the white knight in, but yeah, it looks a bit strange.
There's some danger under the waters, isn't there?
a4.
Yeah. I'll jump in. Trying to provoke you forward to create weaknesses.
Oh, I like this. Clash of styles.
I mean, I think it's just level,
Yeah,
but
totally.
I'm just looking at moves.
Yeah, because I was happy to see that rook a5 would be my next move, but of course bishop b5 is a good point there.
Yeah, I mean, if white just waits here, for example, suddenly black is for choice. Suddenly this is a huge weakness. White's knight is terrible on the edge of the board, and things could start to turn. But yeah, this is the current position after h5. Oh, sorry, after h5 here. And we do await Wesley to make a decision. Knight a5 on tap, or maybe just king f2 or h4 as white if he wants a slower build-up. But
what about making crazy move like b4? To stop your a5.
Classy stuff.
Crazy?
It's not crazy at all. Makes a lot of sense. Black's pawns would then be pretty much immobilized, right?
Well, it's a very primitive way of thinking. It's just b4 to stop you playing a5.
B4, I play a5.
Oh,
sorry.
Very good.
All the b4 puns. Yeah, b4 actually makes a lot of sense. If Wesley's feeling ambitious, maybe that's one of the moves he could choose, because then knight a5 doesn't go away.
But is it really a Wesley move, playing b4?
That's the
so
thing.
aggressive?
I think so.
Well, it's space.
I kind of see him as someone who likes to control the game and control the nature, and he definitely is a little bit safety first at times, and he will be anticipating
Your move.
h4 on the board.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the best move. It just stops black from gaining space. It kind of helps to fix a pawn on a light square, the same color as black's bishop.
But this is what top players really hate, right? To give space advantage and initiative for the other one. If there's any way you can avoid that, they avoid it.
Yeah.
And h4, g5 did not look very good from the white side.
Yeah.
It's instructive even in an endgame. They're still looking for space. Normally you would think with pieces off the board, space less relevant, but here, yeah, still fighting for squares.
Definitely. And okay, well, this one still a lot to play for. Shall we zoom out and have a look at the other games?
Yep, let's check back in on some of the games we haven't been to for a while. I see developments actually everywhere. And where do you want to go, Jovanka?
I was okay, there's a few games that I'm kind of interested in. The first one I think we should visit is perhaps Alireza Firouzja and Gukesh, primarily because Gukesh has broken out into the center, and it does mean that things do get quite critical pretty quickly once black has done this pawn break.
Yeah, and also in that clash between teenagers, both have kind of used up a lot of time on the clock already. We're only at move 15. Both players down to around 1 minute 20, 1 minute 25, 1 hour 20, sorry, 1 hour 25. And this is crazy. This is the Italian game in a nutshell. It just always kind of livens up at some point, and it's about who's more primed, who's ready for that action to happen.
Look what happened with that poor a3 pawn.
It's going to die a painful death at some point. It's going to fall off the board. But yeah, I guess it's just a question of how white eventually rounds up this pawn. Maybe it just takes white too much time later in the game, and black will be able to kind of strike in the center, strike on the king side.
I mean, is it also possible just to forget about that pawn and just concentrate on developing the forces, and then, you know, one in the end game, munch?
Yeah.
Or is that just wishful thinking?
No, I like your thinking that you're thinking about endgames, and black does not want to think about endgames with such pawn on a3, I believe.
Unless this pawn becomes a queen in the endgame, it's close to promotion.
I can hardly imagine or visualize that.
Yeah, and the central tension that black has just initiated, maybe we jump in with a couple of variations. d5 has just been played here, and if white takes this pawn, I guess the idea is to take with the knight on d5, just to ensure that by attacking this pawn, there's no time for white to get greedy on e5. And this change in pawn structure is something that you mentioned earlier, Judith. Just d5 is not always necessarily good for black. And let's say I just develop, let's say I just defend everything.
Bishop d2.
Yep. Firstly, I'm not sure if this is a threat. Knight takes e5 next move. But either way, black can just play a move like rook e8. And what do you make of a position like this one?
Well, it's a very dynamic position, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rook e8.
It's hard to find a move with white, actually. I guess.
Well, probably you can just develop queen c2, bringing the rook to d1.
Mm-hmm. And then what next?
Also, sometimes, well, knight f4 can be some very unpleasant.
Yes, that's my like red flag for initiating kingside attacks when the queen and king are disconnected from each other.
Mm. Yeah, I would be really reluctant to go into this with white, I've got to be honest. And if white doesn't really want to take on d5, then what else? Maybe you just kind of keep the tension, maintain the tension, just move your queen. But if black has the center right now, it doesn't feel like you're too happy with white.
Yeah, but the question is, what's the plan with black, right? You can also develop with bishop d2, for example. Or I can go queen c2.
Say queen c2 now.
Rook e8.
Mm-hmm.
Queen c2.
Bishop e6, just normal developing moves.
Rook d1.
Yeah, it's kind of a guessing game. It's like, please break the tension. No, you break the tension.
Yeah, yeah. And of course, e takes d5 is always to consider, right? To take e takes d5, and when you take it with the knight, and I would want to play c4 at some point.
Mm-hmm. With white, with or without capturing, because this is sometimes
with capturing, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Without capturing, it's also interesting.
Yeah, because I was looking at just kind of a waiting move, but where does black put the queen, for example? If I put it on a bad square, then maybe you break forward immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Some ideas of c5 incoming. And yeah, if I just wait, again, I'm not sure how, then c4, c5 might come. Like you say, you might take...
Then bishop c1 back.
Ooh.
Just to make sure you go back with your rook.
And maths again. The bishop ties down a rook. 1-0, but only in moral terms.
But also bishop e3 can be considered sometimes, maybe trying to exchange those black square bishops.
Yeah, I must admit, the one thing I'm always terrified of with white and with black in these pawn structures where there's so much tension is a move like queen c1, just hitting this pawn, but also saying, if you're not careful, under the right circumstances, I might capture on h6.
I like it.
I've lost too many games as a child when my opponent just goes kind of bishop d2, queen c1, takes on h6, and checkmates me, just to show a variation, something like this. I don't think it works here because black has too many pieces, defensive pieces around the king. The black queen can simply come over to challenge its counterpart, but yeah, if white is given the time, the knights will come in and we could well just see checkmate. So just very tense. And if we go back to the current position, what else could Firouzja be thinking about? Surely not d4 in a position like this. Too explosive here. Too much to calculate.
And what about the trade of bishops? Is that
Bishop
something?
e3,
Bishop
right?
e3.
Yeah.
Just because I've noticed that Firouzja does like to do this, but I would be skeptical about playing this move just primarily because you lose control over the f4 square. But, you know, swings and roundabouts, as they say.
Without your dark squared bishop, you'll never take my a3 pawn.
That's what you think, David.
Exactly, with knight d2 and knight b1 one day.
Oh, you're ganging up on me now. That poor pawn, what has it ever done to you? Yeah, difficult position though for both sides, gotta say. Really, really
Yeah, it's very complex.
Yeah, that game that I mentioned when I played Firouzja in the Grand Swiss in the Italian game, I think he got down to 20 minutes after just 20 moves, and it was just a mad time scramble because we had a very tense position like this one. And yeah, it's just so hard to kind of break the tension. Every move you have to decide, you have to calculate. And yeah, he tends to thrive in those types of situations, but Gukesh, I quite like the way he's handled the opening with black, despite this pawn being on a3.
When it comes to tension, have you noticed that, you know, players can hold their nerves for X amount of moves? I mean, like, what do you think is the limit before someone cracks?
Ooh, maybe Firouzja will crack now and take on d5 and release the tension. It's hard to say.
Well, it depends which side of the tension you are. If you're having a good position and you have the tension, that
you can hold it for a long time, right?
Yeah, yeah, and it depends how uncomfortable the situation is, I believe. For black, I mean, he's very happy to hold the tension, playing rook e8, queen d6, bishop d7, bishop e6, knight f4, and just look for the moment, the optimal moment when it's the best to give up the tension. For white, I think it's more difficult in such a case because you have to, well, should I play e takes d5? Is black going to take on e4? Is he going to play bishop e6? So after I'm taking the pawn, he's going to take with the bishop already. I think at this kind of tension, it's more difficult for white at this point.
So you suspect that if anyone is going to crack, it will be Firouzja?
Well, I'm not sure. I wouldn't say he will crack, but I'm saying that it's more difficult for white side.
Because I've noticed when it comes to time troubles, just through my years of commenting, players can kind of withstand the tension maybe 20 moves or so, and then they crack. This is like time trouble tension. And then I've noticed that that when you are playing in time trouble, that people either simplify because they can't handle the pressure, or they push pawns. Because they have to do something.
Yeah, I've noticed this actually. Maybe it's just kind of coincidence, but especially with younger players, I'm talking about players who are just starting out. They see a trade, they'll go for a trade just because they don't want to have to think about what happens if the opponent does it on their own terms. And yeah, often keeping the tension is the hardest thing to do. Just sitting there and saying, okay, you take me because it improves my position. I'm not going to take you and help improve your position. I've just noticed this when talking to kind of novice players or players who are just starting out their chess journeys. And yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just human nature, I guess, to want to have action, to do something. Yeah, procrastinating is not always a good idea in chess, but occasionally you have to. You just have to sit and hold tight and improve your pieces before doing anything to make sure they're ready for the tactics later.
Yeah, just that craving for simplicity. I do like Hikaru's motto. Keep it simple, stupid. but obviously he's not talking to, he's calling himself stupid.
Yeah, and let's let the players kind of stew in this position. It's a long think right now, over 10 minutes for Alireza Firouzja. And let's zoom back out, and a couple of games that we haven't been to for a while.
You know, it's very interesting what Mamedyarov position is developing into.
Let's go there. Mamedyarov against Tari. Sorry.
Another position with full of tension.
Oh, similar kind of central tension, Judith. And we left this one a few moves ago. We will just do a quick action replay of what has happened. And this is the current position. Let's go back to the position here where we left it. Black played rook b8. So we were talking maybe a6, b5, a very similar idea. Rook b8 supporting any pawn avalanche with the rook. Very, very logical. e4 striking in the center, met by b5. Ariane not keen to trade off yet. And queen d2. Mamedyarov's not cracking, that's for sure.
Yes, and exactly. We have, again, a nice center position. Who is going to be cracking or giving up the tension, right? It's a big, big question. Because if white gives up, he takes d5, knight d5, of course. It's a relief for black. Black is blockading the isolated pawn. So it's very clear that white wants to to activate his piece if black takes captures on e4, knight e4 already activating, knight c5 spot. And so now the question is whether is black going to push b4, forcing white to capture on d5, for example?
Or also, there's another move that I would kind of instinctively also think about is the bishop coming out to g4 and just pressuring the weak spot on d4.
Yeah, just removing a defender, indirectly attacking this pawn. Maybe we jump in and show some variations.
Yeah, definitely. Forcing or not forcing.
And the tension is up to Arian Tari to relieve here. He spent 8 minutes on this move. We're talking about, for example, 2 moves. I think at least the first you calculate. Another thing that everyone at home, I think, should be doing, forcing moves first. So d takes e4 is one of the most direct. And white does have an isolated pawn, something we saw in the game between Abdusattorov and Giri. But this can be blockaded by black's knight. The downside is, as Judith mentioned, the white knight has a beautiful outpost as well on c5. If you ever kind of get this pawn stepping forward later, it could become a real kind of menace.
But in this position, for example, I would love to play with black bishop e6 and having putting the bishop on d5, not necessarily the knight.
Similar idea to yours, Jovanka, just to maybe at least hint that later you will capture this knight and kind of remove the defender of this pawn. It looks pretty.
It looks
nice
pretty
for black,
good, actually.
Yeah.
Well, probably after bishop e6, you not necessarily play knight c5, but next move is bishop d5. Whatever happens.
Yeah, whatever happens, and that's the issue for white. I'm really not liking this bishop. It's just a bit stuck. The white bishop on e2, and if this bishop is blocking the only open file, the e file, then the white rooks struggle to get in the game. Anytime white plays the move a4, for example, to try and break down these pawns, black will just answer with a6. But then again,
after a6, already knight c5.
Maybe now
That's
knight
a
c5.
different story.
Well, now the bishop is also on e6. Could you even... Yeah, this is also looks good.
So maybe this could be one idea.
But I think after a4, maybe bishop d5 to start with.
First hitting the knight, forcing me to commit.
And then if you go knight c5, then I would think. But I think bishop f3 and d4 is hanging already.
Yeah.
And white doesn't have time to take here because after a takes b5, this is a check, and white's queen would drop off. Next move. Yeah, tactics seem to be working in black's favor here somehow. So I wouldn't actually blame Ariane for cracking, as we've been calling it, and kind of breaking the tension in the center. This looks good. But also your move, Jovanka, bishop g4. I guess the idea is similar, just to undermine this pawn. And Judah, I don't think white wants to step forward yet, because there could still be problems with the pawn after knight to f5, followed by capturing.
Yes, and then suddenly the d4 is exposed.
Yeah, really complicated position, but it feels like Ariane's solved all of his opening problems as black. It's just about whether he's equal or maybe even more than that.
But it's also very challenging when you have a very good position. You didn't expect necessarily that after move 13 or 14, you have a very good position with black against Mamedyarov. And then you have to decide to play b4, to take on e4, to develop your piece to bishop to g4 or e6, or you move with your queen, or you go a5 or a6 as a prophylactical move. So you have a lot of options. And when you have to choose out of the many, it's also eating your time.
That's true. It has been eating his time. I know it better than anyone, Judith. The number of times I've spent 20 minutes on a move just because there's choice, even though a quick decision would have been just as strong. But let's allow Ariane a bit more time to think. He's just over the 1 hour mark right now at a really tense, critical moment. And let's zoom back out again.
And yeah, this is like perfect moment, actually, just to look at all the games and contemplate and think about all the action that is brewing nicely, because it's time, I think, to take a quick refresher and take a pause and take a break. And well, we've witnessed a lot of fine action so far, and don't stray too far because there will be a lot of chess excitement on the other side. So see you in a few moments.
Struggling to improve your game? Chessable is the home for chess improvers. With hundreds of courses by incredible authors like world champion Magnus Carlsen, Christoph Selecki, Andras Toth, everyone's favorite social media troll known as Anish Giri, and so many more, Chessable can help you raise your game to the next level. You getting started on the fundamentals? You should check out Everyone's First Chess Workbook. Maybe you want to stop letting all those points slip away in the endgame. 100 endgames you must know is the course for you. Did you not notice your king was in check and still can't figure out why the pieces won't move? Actually, Chessable can't help you with that. Maybe try refreshing your tab. Check out Chessable today and get 30 days of Pro for free. Go to chessable.com/begin.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a Chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Veremenchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players. And I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess: decoy, in between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great. But sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Muzuchuk games.
Norway, land of fjords, majestic mountains, cliffs and waterfalls. In addition to stunning geography, Norway is home to the greatest chess player who has ever lived, Magnus Carlsen. Since 2013, Norway has also hosted one of the strongest chess super tournaments in the world. And it is one for which Magnus has claimed the top prize in the last 4 years. Can anyone stop him? This time, he'll meet one of his toughest challenges ever at his home tournament, with 9 rivals all hungry to beat the best. From Carlsen's fiercest online rival today, in their first classical over-the-board battle in nearly 4 years, Hikaru Nakamura, to the young star Carlsen once handpicked as his most worthy championship opponent, Alireza Firouzja. 2 more young stars are trying to follow in his footsteps, Lodibek Abdusatorov and Gukesh Domaraju. 2 established stars have already won a super tournament in 2023, Anish Giri and Fabiano Caruana. 2 more long-time headliners seek to take their next turn atop a major tournament, Wesley So and Shakhriyar Mamadyarov. Finally, Carlsen's countryman and friend, Arian Tari, rounds out the field. Who will come out on top? Will Carlsen run the table yet again, or will someone else usurp the throne? This is Norway Chess.
Welcome back, and we are back in action there in the playing venue as we see Fabiano Caruana with the white pieces taking on Magnus Carlsen. And as the players line up into that middle game stage, there have been some developments happening in this game.
Yeah, this game has changed. It's only been a couple of moves, but we do see Magnus has made a big decision which could impact the rest of the game. He's decided, okay, not to go for that line that we mentioned. He's just allowing Fabiano to continue development. So White will continue with the space advantage. We loved White's pawn structure last we were here, and it will be up to Magnus later to find some counterplay as Black to at least force Fabiano to think. And let's just recap the last couple of moves. We left it in this position. Black gave a check. Queen to a5, this was blocked. This check was blocked with knight to c3 and knight to b6. The clear plan is knight to c4. He wants at least one strong piece on this c4 square. And Fabiano, wow, e takes f6 on the last move. I thought he would just castle, get the white king to safety, but committal decision, Judith.
Yes, e takes f6 is always something that Black has to consider. And especially that after the knight was moved from d7, now knight f6 is not possible, right? Which is many times a very good reaction after capturing. So the knight comes to e4. Now after knight b6, e takes f6 from this point of view is a very logical decision. Most likely Black is not really considering g takes f6, or that's what I'm thinking. So bishop f6 would be the move, I would think. Also rook f6 can be considered, so the bishop can go to b4 later on. But of course the idea behind knight b6 is to reach out to c4, right? And provoke White to play b3, but most importantly to disturb the bishop on e3, to put pressure on b2. The bishop can show up on b4. And this is why e takes f6 is interesting, because White wants to know that is your bishop going to be standing on e7 as an option to play bishop b4, or which was played right now, Magnus did take with the bishop because he wants to get the control, the square of the e5 square. Whether White wants to go knight e5 at some point, that will be a big question. But now I think the first question for White, whether is he going to be allowing knight c4 for Black? Is he going to play b3 to stop that? Or he just goes castling and then after knight c4, let's say, going back with the bishop.
Right. I mean, it's definitely very appealing for White, because after all, Black does have a backward pawn on e6. That's a big target. And I see a lot of tempting plans for White.
Yeah, which ones catch your eye? Let's jump into the position. Let's show some variations. Ivanka, you see a lot of tempting moves here.
Yeah, it's either to stop that knight jumping, as Judith highlighted, or because I don't really think that much. I'm not worried about that knight jumping in. I was just thinking of castling and then just stepping back with the bishop on f2 and then just doing what
I think
people do against the French defense, make them suffer, right? Put the rook on e1 and, you know, have your eye line on that e6 pawn until the end of time.
Yes, but I think black can go bishop d7, and black is really provoking white to play b3, right? To kick out that knight, because it's very comfortably sitting there. Especially if black has the time to play rook c8 before, then all kind of jumping would be possible. So now I would go back to d6.
Yeah.
And true, not jumping from f6, but from d6 is just as well. It's going to be good to go to e4, or optionally also sometimes knight f5 can be also an idea. And now we can see that the queen on c1 really stands not optimally because rook c8 is coming. So definitely white will have to move out from the c file.
Yeah, still feels good for white, but it's hard to know exactly what to aim for, right?
It is a very complex position, I think, here in this French defense, because it looks like white has a clear advantage because of the e6 weakness over there. At the same time, there are weaknesses for white too. So the c file is very important counter chances for black. Time to time, even bishop e8, bishop h5 or g6 can show up, but also knight e7, and the bishop can be also useful on b5 sometimes. So there are a lot of complexity in these positions, I believe. And if white goes knight e5, then already other questions appear, whether black is going to be capturing it with a bishop, and then knight f5. But I see right now that knight e5 would worry me most from black end. Queen d2 here.
Queen d2, and then you start doing my favorite thing in the world. It's just irresistible.
Pushing pawns, Ivanka.
Yes, G4. I live for this type of chess, and and I cannot rein in my instincts any longer.
So you're also in the G4 move club.
Yes.
Okay.
But only in the middle game.
I'm not.
Never in the opening. It's too wild for me then.
Yeah, this is one variation, and just to show the alternative that we mentioned would be to just clamp down in the start position with b3 to render this black knight a bit passive. If it can't jump into c4, then where is it going? That's the big question. This black knight actually gets in the way of the queen as well. A logical variation, for example, would be bishop d7 and castle's rook c8, and suddenly there's some counterplay. So this is similar to what you showed there, Judith. It just depends whether white can kind of get out of the firing line quickly enough, because I would prefer to have this position if white had a move or two more, just with the black knight on b6 really stuck,
but I think
than the other one.
Just not in time. Maybe instead of castle, white can try to play a3. What do you think? And try to trap the queen.
Sneaky rook c8. I guess the queen is trapped.
And the fun part starts. b4, takes. takes,
and then...
rook b1.
Wow.
No?
Queen takes c3, check.
Ah,
this
sorry.
bishop is hanging at the end.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No. Bishop d2 first.
Bishop d2, yeah. I don't think black's got enough here. Knight c4, I can jump, but then now you start kicking me back. And
yeah, but that's a problem for black if you cannot sacrifice, because then black is behind in time.
Yeah, after a3, I don't want to have to play the move knight c8, but maybe I have to and go for something similar to what we showed. Put the knight on d6. At least now my queen has some breathing space, some retreat squares.
But maybe this is the only way to do it for black.
Mm-hmm.
Because b4 is not so advisable, because you move back with the queen, and after knight d6, it's also knight c4.
Yeah, you take squares, but you give squares. That's the problem in the French defense. So hard to weigh up which squares to give and which ones to go for. Yeah, really complicated
Maybe
position
instead of queen b6, I would rather go back to d8, because after queen b6, you have to calculate knight a4, knight c5 also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. Suddenly white gets the knight in. Knight a4
One
with
to
gain of
c5,
tempo.
the other one to e5.
Oof. These knights, as they say, as the kids say these days. Beautiful pieces.
Wow. No, this is too good to be true.
Yeah, Magnus won't allow this.
Yeah, this is not something position you get against Magnus, right? Yeah. You can win a piece, you can win many things, but this is not the kind of position he enters.
This is the type of position that just scares me away from the French defense.
Yeah.
But either way, it looks like...
If something like this would show up on the board, he would not play French defense for another 3 years.
B3. I think it's going to be seen. The fact that Fabiano's pausing, and just as I say it, yep, he makes a move. It is B3 on the board. So very logical, as we've just explained, keeping this black knight passive for at least a few more moves. And Magnus has to try and untangle his pieces. Long-term black is a lot worse, so he still needs to play dynamically, energetically.
And we saw this very tempting and very promising idea of going a3, b4, but on a human level, do you think it's something that will be on his radar? Because it does entail some risk and obviously some calculation, which we know Fabiano is very good at.
Yeah, I think it might also be on his radar purely because Black has another plan of dropping back, as Judith mentioned, and kind of going for some of these weak dart squares. And the only way to kind of stop the bishop annoying you on some of these squares is to play a3 at some point. So it kind of makes sense to kind of, firstly, set up a one-move threat, try and trap the black queen. But also, I think it makes sense strategically just to kind of keep your opponent guessing. You can always then meet any tactics by stepping forward with b4 and... yeah, I think it'll be on the radar, and those are the type of moves you can find either just by looking for your own threats or by also thinking about how to deal with the opponent's ideas.
Well, I found it.
Yeah.
I played a3. I'm sure Fabi is just eager to play a3
Right.
next move.
But they often say that a spectator sees everything.
That's true.
Because they have the calmness and they're not vested. And of course, we have to remember the clock times, because the players are not getting any time added until move 41, in which case they get the 10-second increment per
I have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Black should be going queen b4 now.
Ooh, let's jump in. Queen b4. What's the sneaky idea there, Judith? First, you are attacking this pawn.
Well, yeah, but that's just a joke, right? You're going to optimize your queen and put it to d2.
Yeah.
And after that, I can go bishop d7, and then after a3, I just sneak back with the queen to e7.
Mm-hmm. We should point out queen takes b3 is not to be advised.
Not really.
Yeah. So queen e7, as you mentioned. And you've harmonized your pieces, maybe. This black knight can come back to d6. Nice centralization.
Yeah.
You're still solid as black.
But yeah, you're solid, but...
I know what Jovanka wants. Jovanka, you want g4, g5?
that did cross my mind. But I mean, also, I'm just thinking, white is still better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, white still has everything to play for. Primarily that pawn on e6, which is completely backward. And as David mentioned, my favorite idea, g4, g5.
Yeah.
It just feels like black again is on the suffering side of a draw.
Well, I can try to play a5 possibly, trying to go a4. So if white goes a4, then I have an outpost on b4 with the knight. I'm not sure it's much. Obviously, I have to regroup my knight from b6 because it's horribly placed.
Yeah, that's one thing Nakamura has said countless times, I think, about Fischer Random Chess. Just a knight on b6 or g6 or g3, b3. No.
Off an option, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a3. What else? I was looking at this direction, queen d2 as well, just to meet this with rook c1, but now I really am scared of the bishop dropping back and maybe utilizing these squares. So I think this
Castle.
is... Yeah.
Castle. a3.
We're predicting well, I thought, up to that point, and then suddenly we get a prediction wrong. So rook c8, what is the idea? Because now there's a big threat of just jumping out the way with this knight. Maybe knight takes d4. And this white knight is under fire. What's happening here? Is it
Suddenly we are thinking and we're speechless, yeah?
Totally speechless. He must have something up his sleeve. Big threats.
a3 now, what do you think?
Oh, he's probably calculated this. I was just too lazy to calculate a3.
a3, knight d4, b4.
Mm-hmm. b4.
You have...
Rook takes...
It doesn't look nice.
Do you have... You've got knight e2 at the end of it as well?
There's some checks. Wow, there's so many tactics in this position. We've all gone silent. We're all calculating. Fabi's probably calculated this already in his sleep, but...
There's knight takes knight. I mean, so
yeah, what
many...
happens if I take this one? Rook takes c3, hitting the queen. Black's a piece up temporarily.
Pawn takes
queen. And rook takes here. And I'll leave this one for later.
Yeah,
no matter which way.
And you're just grabbing back the exchange.
Yeah, no matter which way white takes, there'll be a bunch of simplifications. And if we do a quick count at the end, black has won a pawn in that little transition. So it doesn't feel like it can be this. Such a key moment right now. Let's go back to the game. Rook c8. I mean, has to be played. Sorry, white castled. And now surely rook c8. What else? Move first, think later. It looks like one of those situations.
Yeah, but
Magnus.
probably Magnus does not believe that Fabi should have something in his mind.
Yeah, for sure Fabi has something. It's just a question of what is it? Rook c8. It's a mystery right now. Coming. I'm struggling here, Judith.
It's a
I must admit.
big question.
Yeah, I kind of peeked just now at the computer just to kind of also try to gauge what is it. And it says after rook c8, you just play queen e1.
Whoa.
And after knight d4.
Let's jump back into the analysis. Rook c8, queen to e1. Wow, that's not obvious using the square that's vacated by white's king. Maybe some tactics on this diagonal?
No tactics. Just simple chess, which is just you target the e6 pawn.
Which way do we take now?
So you take with the bishop.
And after a bunch of trades, black can cash in on this square.
Queen c3.
Yeah, but at the very end.
Then you take on e6.
But is it a big deal?
No, it says
small advantage for white.
Tiny advantage for white.
Wow. I guess this bishop is going to be superior than this black knight. Black has a weak, isolated pawn in the center. But
yeah. Well, let's say queen takes e1, rook e1, bishop e6 takes, rook f6.
Mm-hmm. White will have the better structure, but black is going to have an active rook.
Well, it's nice for white.
Mm-hmm. If Magnus was white here, I would say it was winning. No offense to Fabi, but here I would say just advantage white, not winning yet. Yeah. What a line. What a line.
Yeah.
Queen to e1 in this position if rook c8.
But I'm just surprised that Fabi are just simply castling.
Yeah.
And allowing all this.
He has spent almost an hour on the clock. We're at move 17, so he must have foreseen this. But just the incredible awareness to even look in this direction, to even kind of keep your eyes open to tactics after rook c8. It looked so scary for white.
It's on the board. Rook c8.
It's on the board. And how quickly do you think Fabi is going to play this queen e1 move? Is this the only
Actually, I think he has no other choice, right?
Yeah, all the tactics we showed were looking favourable for black. Black was winning a pawn in most of those lines.
Yeah, I mean, something is really going wrong with this queen on c1. This is the only queen which we are debating the whole time, right? In the opening of Fabi, what he played.
The computer is saying that there is another move. It's weird. It's like, put your queen on b2, which I'm like...
I thought about that, and after knight d4?
And after knight d4, you just capture once... With the knight. And then this is the kind of sneaky point. This is why computers
are... And after queen c3?
You go queen f2. And
that's
you
nice.
say
that's
compensation.
Nice. That's nice. That's
wow.
This I like. This I would be happy with white.
Earlier, Jovanka, you asked about how human this a3 was, but this is difficult. Once you find it, it looks beautiful. You've got some tactics here. You're going to hit back the black queen.
And the b6 knight.
Yeah.
Basically, that pays the price.
Yeah, one bad piece makes the position bad. But, yeah, this is difficult. I think queen b2 and then kind of swinging the queen across.
Well, it's not the end of the world for black. Okay, I understand that we don't want to go knight a8.
I mean, you might have to.
If you have to, right?
Mm-hmm. Knight in the corner. Don't advise it.
Don't try it at home.
Don't have a rhyme for that one, but definitely don't try it at home. I guess it's coming back to life via c7, but either way.
And after queen b2, is there any other option for black which can be played?
Oh, sorry, after queen b2.
Queen b2 after rook c8. Queen d2 is on the board.
Queen d2.
Well, probably with the same idea.
Ah, clever stuff. Fabiano, he's so good. Knight takes d4. We will see most likely... Oh, wow, this is a blunder. Ah, of course, because now we take with a bishop. And...
Ah, simple as that.
Simple as that. Queen takes knight, not possible. Because
after
of this.
rook c3.
Yeah, and b4. The black queen cannot defend both her knight and her rook. For example, queen a3 defending the rook drops the knight. We've been all talking about for the rest of this game, for the earlier part. Queen takes b6. Fabi solving things far more simply than we were here in the studio. Queen d2, really nice move. And also setting up tricks potentially against the black queen along this diagonal. This type of tension with queens on d2, queens on a5 from the Sicilian, from all branches of openings, often very uncomfortable for black here. And if knight takes d4 doesn't work, maybe Magnus is just going to kind of defend and all his problems have been solved.
Well, let's say knight e7 and knight f5 is kind of a logical way of continuing, right?
Just to show the type of tactic that I was mentioning, here knight e4 is possible, just to kind of open up this tension against the queen, the black queen undefended. So if queen takes queen, you can flick in knight takes f6 check. I'm not sure whether you want to do this, and now you could just simply capture. You've improved the black pawn structure, but you've got the queens off, got the bishop pair.
Well, still this knight on b6 is quite annoying for black. That's for sure. I mean, white is better.
Yeah, white has the advantage. It's just about how much. And let's go back to the position. It looks like Fabi has found a really nice way of stabilizing. And back to Magnus. He's thrown the move back. Now pressure on the Norwegian to find something.
Yeah, roughly in time-wise, they are more or less the same.
Would you say they're a little bit pushed for time? I mean, it's only move 17, and they've already burnt an hour on the clock.
That is not the part of the game which will decide so far. It's everything will decide on the board, I guess. It's the time is not it's irrelevant for the moment. But I would definitely play it with white side. White stabilize the position. After that, rook c1, weakness on e5. The knight on b6 is really giving a hard time for black, especially after rook c8. Right, he cannot go back. Knight c8. Maybe in the previous move it could be an option to regroup the knight first. If this is leading nowhere, rook c8, then maybe that would make a better option for black.
Yeah, just feels like it's too late now for Magnus to go for that maneuver.
Maybe queen a3. I mean, after all, a little bit blockade there. What do you think, queen a3?
Yeah, I was thinking queen a3 as well, and also maybe get the queen ready to jump to the king side if she's needed there defensively.
Though queen a3, knight e5. Somehow it looks like white has an easy play.
Yeah, plenty of kind of obvious moves for white, not many obvious moves for black. Knight e5 is coming. You could just kind of set up with rook c1 first, rook e1. Just lots of useful moves. Bishop h3, useful move.
I have an idea. I have this rule in chess, and I call it my golden rule. When your king is in problems, or when you're in problems, just full stop, you try and trade off queens. So, using that logic, I'm like, maybe you can put your knight on a7.
On a7?
Yeah,
wow.
So it can jump to b5.
And let's jump in.
Trade off queens, because the endgame isn't actually going to be that bad for black.
But the problem is rook c1, and you cannot go knight b5 because of knight d5.
Tactics, knight d5.
Yeah, and that yes, that is true.
And check, and pawn up for white.
Yes, no. I was actually going to point out knight d5 on many occasions, but it wasn't possible because the queen was having some connection with the d5 point. So
yes,
yeah, so knight a7, you can strike that one off your list. Doesn't work.
Yeah, that's why maybe queen a3 would be a logical move here, just because you can never really move this knight away without allowing any tactics along this diagonal. So just get out of dodge, get out of the way first. Makes a lot of sense. Queen to a3, and think later about how to proceed, either swinging the queen back or maybe bring the knight forward. Still lots of ideas, still very rich in possibilities for these two players. Shall we go check out some of the other actions? Let's zoom out of this one. This is the current position after queen
Let's
b2.
go to Alireza. What do you think?
Let's go there, indeed.
Because there are some...
Big
the tension was broken.
Ooh, who cracked
Couldn't
first?
stand it. Nobody could stand it anymore.
Yeah, I feel guilty about how much joy we get out of that. But of course, the two players, it's hard.
Give us our small pleasures, David.
I mean, they are young. They are just in the beginning of their top career. Look at that.
And take a look at that. We do have like an exclamation, not exclamation mark, a question mark on White's last move. Says it's a mistake.
Question mark with a question. Why is it bad? Is it queen d6 or just some sacrifice already taken, queen h4?
Yeah, maybe there was something better. That's, I think that's another potential issue here. We do see kind of the definitions behind these double exclamation marks, these kind of question marks, the X's and everything. And this one, it made the position worse, but doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad move on its own. I don't see any tactical refutations.
Can we go back for a few moves there? And who gave up the tension first?
Yes, so let's go back to the position we left it. Earlier we were analysing the position after black had played pawn to d5. And actually it was Firouzja with white to crack and take on d5. We predicted knight takes d5, hitting this pawn of course, bishop d2, natural reaction, bishop e6, and the first kind of spicy fruity move that I see, knight to h5 in this position. Guarded against that idea, I think you both mentioned, of the black knight landing on f4. Now the white knight would simply be able to capture that piece. And also some tactics against the black king. Black drop back, bishop c7, very natural, defending this pawn. And after d4, e takes d4. This is the question mark move, the mistake, knight takes d4. It looks extremely natural, Judith.
Maybe rook e6 was possible, don't you think so?
Wow.
Just to give up an exchange?
Rook takes e6. And what would the idea be after I take back?
Give up some material. Knight d4, queen g4, but maybe there is no need for something like that, queen d6.
Yeah, I guess the problem is black defends with tempo.
I became over-optimistic, I believe.
Yeah, if you could get queen g4 in now without allowing queen h2, then beautiful compensation for white. But black does have this counterattack. So,
but at some point, you know, black has to be careful on queen c1 kind of moves. Instead of taking on e6, where knight d4 was played.
So instead of knight takes d4?
Yes.
Wow. Queen c1 is...
No, probably that's exaggerating again, but it's a real threat sometimes.
Yeah, maybe not in this position, but definitely later on to just sacrifice here. And
okay, so knight d4. Good question. Why is it a question mark, right?
Wow. Okay, I've been a bit naughty there, and I've checked. So here, Firouzja could have already pounced. It's your idea, Judith, just different order.
h6.
Bishop takes h6. Wow. Okay, we can't blame him for not playing this or not spotting it. It just, what is the concept? Queen d2, queen c1, I'm assuming?
Queen d4, no?
Oh, just queen takes d4. Oh, wait. That's a big hole.
Oh.
And you can't
That's a
plug
big
that hole
hole on g7.
Oh, that was nice.
Huge miss.
Oops.
And this is just completely winning for black. The problem is you cannot push your pawn to f6 to block because you drop your bishop on e6. White is a pawn up with the attack. You cannot block with any pieces. Everything is covered. The e5 square, f6 square is covered for white. This is just going to end in checkmate or material gain. So
what about bishop h6? You cannot take on h6.
So how about taking
Knight
here?
c3 or something.
Hitting the white queen, but now just...
Queen d2 or queen c1, yeah?
Yeah. One of these squares, and you can never ever take my bishop. You can not touch that because, again, checkmate. Okay, I said we can't blame him for not finding that, but maybe...
After playing knight h5, it is an option to discover it, right? Because your way of thinking already is there towards the king.
That's right, but I mean it's difficult. I think it's very difficult to kind of criticize Firouzja for making such a natural move, because I'm pretty sure the hand just went knight takes pawn. Natural stuff. Don't need to calculate anymore. But yeah, this is why it's so important to be on the lookout for every single check, capture, threat, and do, as my good old dad says, sit on your hands.
I got that too.
Yeah, it's Firouzja's style as well. It's right up his street. I've alluded to it a couple of times. When I played him in the Italian game and he beat me there, he also sacrificed on h6 when I thought it wasn't possible. So he's looking in that direction all the time. He also had a knight on h5 in that game. So it's basically the similar pattern. And
is this like a trademark attack that Firouzja has?
It looks that way. And just executing that attack, it feels like a missed trick. Bishop takes h6, but let's catch up with the game. Instead, knight takes d4 happened. Question mark, not just because it's a bad move, but because it missed an even better one. Hitting this bishop on e6. This was dealt with by queen d6, threatening a counterattack. The queen h2 slide would potentially be devastating for the white king, and Firouzja blocks that with his knight. So no more attack now against the black king. He drops back. He's kind of walked into a self-pin on this diagonal, but I guess he's hoping later to improve that knight. Maybe onto f5, maybe onto e4.
Now it's black turn to play knight h4.
Symmetry.
And goes on bishop h3, right?
Now that would be karma, wouldn't it?
No, but it's not so good because white actually threatens to take on e6 and queen g4.
Yeah.
Is this a threat then? Knight takes e6. Strategically, yes, you get the bishop pair, you wreck the black pawn structure, but it does open up the black rook in terms of attacking prospects there for black. If it is a threat, then either we have to defend against it, we have to maybe guard it with our rook, or
rook
drop
e8.
back.
Or what about bishop d7?
Yeah, we can drop back with our bishop. Those two moves look healthy enough. What's white's next move? Is it
Queen f3?
Queen f3, queen h5, queen somewhere?
Yeah, queen h5. Stop knight h4.
But knight f4 is
F4. These knights, they're so pesky and tricky, and this knight's coming in, this knight's coming in. Oh, the Italian. Trust me, it's the opening I hate the most.
It's so complicated. It seems so innocent, right?
Yeah.
And after some d5 and some action happens in the center, then it's just unexpectedly complicated.
There's always so much poison later because it's so tense. There are so few piece trades at an early stage.
Yeah, that's what one of my first trainers said to me about the Italian and the row Lopez, and said the reason you're struggling with these type of positions is that because you can't handle the tension of 4 minor pieces being on the board for you. For you, it's too little space. So he said, find an opening where you make that trade, simplify, and then you're in your element. I thought that was good advice.
That's genius advice. If you know your weaknesses, you can avoid them. You can fight against them.
But maybe it's not genius to announce it to the world.
All your future opponents are listening right now, Jovanka.
Well, there
They
you
know
go.
now. Italian game.
Keep all my minor pieces on the board.
Yeah, this position, it looks so symmetrical as well. That's the deceptive part of the Italian game. The pawn structure, there's some small kind of nuances there, especially the A pawn kind of in the endgame. It might all revolve around that one. But yeah, for now, with all the pieces on the board, it's so hard to come up with constructive moves.
I think Firouzja also missed this opportunity playing bishop h6 because first of all it was given to him by the last move of black. It's very typical, so it was not a threat, but it was given the opportunity. And the other thing is that first of all he was spending quite a lot of time up to this point, an hour already. And he felt that he just feels very comfortable having the knight on d4, attacking, putting pressure on the bishop on e6. And he was happy with his position, I guess, and he was not looking for more than that. And he didn't think that there is something very special opportunity was given.
Yeah, and I just checked actually, and that moment where he had that potentially winning tactic, he spent only 26 seconds. So he didn't really start calculating, like you say, Judith. Something changed, and he didn't really notice the change. It's so easy to do.
This is the question, right? When we saw Fabi thinking on c takes d4, capturing back, and I was complaining that some people would just simply take it back without thinking any seconds or a minute wasting it. And look at here that he did that, and this was the problem.
Wow.
Rook d8.
Rook d8. The young generation, they don't care about pawn structure. They just want to end the game with checkmate. They just want to attack. He brings another piece into the action.
Is there any threats?
I don't think immediately.
He wants to go bishop c8.
Yeah.
I think that's the main idea. If you're not going to capturing my bishop, then I escape with it to c8. And it's a much better place on c8 than d7. So suddenly you have harmony between your pieces.
And yeah, let's jump in to show what will happen if white does go for the strategic, or at least the strategically desirable move and takes on e6. Knight takes e6. Black is left with shattered pawns. This e6 pawn, just like in the Magnus game, long-term weakness, but suddenly this line is opened. This line is opened. I'm seeing some potential sacrifices on f2, just to undermine this knight. How does white keep everything intact? Maybe it's just a really scary position.
It does look scary, but I mean, you do have to reinforce the protection of the knight on g3, and maybe you can just go queen g4 unless that drops something. The knight e5 comes in. Oof, you're kicking me around with those knights. But okay, you can move the queen.
But where? We're running out of squares.
Well, to e2 possibly, because it's very important that the main defensive idea for black is to have the diagonal of queen on d6 and bishop on c7. if the white knight could be possibly jump to e4, then practically black's position would be hopeless, right?
Yeah.
For example, like this, then it's over. So this is the key defensive and counterplay element for black to keep the bishop there and the queen.
It gets very sharp though. I mean, for example, if I jump in, let's say I just played knight f4 attacking your queen. Okay, evaluation bar hates it. And I guess actually at the end there's rook d1.
Rook d1, right?
Yeah. If black had one more move, you could line up an attack, but yeah, suddenly things are falling on this line, on this diagonal. Yeah, difficult position to judge, I've got to say, and it will take courage to take this bishop because you open up black's rooks, but that's the type of decision Firouzja will make.
And it's very interesting for black, for example, that after knight e6, f takes e6, the d5 knight is also an essential defender and attacker at the same time, right? Because it's blocking the bishop from b3. At the same time, if white has to play c4, that's already a different story, and only then you move away with your knight. Then already the bishop is blocked.
Yeah, true. This bishop unparalleled.
But I would also think, sorry, that maybe rook f2 can be sometimes.
Yeah, big threat potentially. If for example, I play bishop c2, I don't know, attack your knight, then bang, rook takes f2 looks like a potentially winning tactic.
It's a real bang.
Yeah.
It's not a joke.
And this king.
Yes.
With some cooperation, it's a killer.
Yeah. I think there's now the time to rewind and say, that didn't work.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't work. And
Don't enjoy it so much.
this is the type of thing that will make Firouzja see ghosts, though. Like, I would be sitting at the board, I see this variation, and I'm like, okay, I'm scared, I need to escape, and I wouldn't, I think, capture this bishop. But if you don't take this bishop in the original position, you're not going to be better with white, especially, Judith, as you mentioned, what's a useful waiting move? I don't even see one, but if black's bishop does escape, then it's only black who can be better, really.
Well, it's hard to believe that it's not good to take on e6. I mean, I think I would go to take on e6 and then somehow to put my queen somewhere, somehow. Yeah. I don't know, queen e2?
Queen e2. There's some hits on f4. One of the knights jumping in. This gets complicated. I'm also looking at rook takes f2. I'm not sure that works. Really difficult position. Maybe, like Ivanka said,
queen g4 maybe.
Yeah, maybe queen g4 first to kind of lure the black knight forward to e5, where it actually blocks this diagonal, and suddenly just drop back.
Sacrifice on e5.
Wow, in this position.
Then rook e1 instead of queen e2.
Yeah. Looks tempting. The computer doesn't hate it that much.
Oh, that means
suddenly
it's
the
good.
black queen. Yeah, the black queen lacking squares. I guess I drop back.
But if
which way?
Yeah, if you drop
This
back
way?
to f6, you're gonna. I was gonna say you're gonna get kicked around a little bit, but you're not actually.
Yeah, if you attack my queen now and defend f2 at the same time, I can offer a trade of queens, and you have sacrificed material as white.
This is too bad.
Yeah, so close, but not quite. Wow, I think he should go for it. I think we want to see him take on e6 at least. It might backfire, but it also might be really good for white long term. That's the ambitious move, and Alireza's middle name is ambitious, so yeah, that's what we expect to see.
Definitely. What about queen c2 here?
Queen c2.
Is knight b4 a move?
Tactics. Wow, so let's see. Knight takes b4, attacking the white queen. Firstly, I'm looking at this. Oh, whoops, not that one. I'm looking at taking here, but I'm not sure if that works.
One as
queen
well.
g6?
Queen g6, and then after pawn takes queen, rook takes bishop. Woohoo!
Oh, queen g6.
Oh, wow.
Let's
and
have fun.
The evaluation bar doesn't move. It looks good for white. Rook takes e6.
High five, David.
Wow.
We've been doing our tactics
I
for
provoked
breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I provoked you to make this amazing move.
I never wake up early enough for breakfast. Just tactics for lunch and dinner. That's it. But yeah, I think here the black queen has to give herself back up, kind of back for the material, and white emerges.
Okay, so if knight b4 is not possible, then maybe queen c2 and rook d1.
Yeah, maybe that's the safe approach, in contrast to knight takes e6, which is extremely risky. Yeah, as you say, if rook d1 comes, white is solid. Yeah,
so let's say bishop c8.
Let's say rook d1. how many pieces are stacked up here. It's just so much tension on the d-file.
E8. Rook f8. But somehow it looks like a nice position for black.
Yeah, feels healthy, no?
Right? Somehow it seems to be a little bit more danger for white having the g3 knight tied down.
Yeah, this tension just feels like it suits black. I'm really tempted to just go pawn hunting now, but I know I'll get checkmated along the way while I go grab that one.
Well, that's yeah, very optimistic.
Yeah, very optimistic, and I don't like it
simply
for
rook
black.
e1 and knight b4 after all.
Yeah.
If you also put your queen so far away from the action, I mean, doesn't black also have moves like h5, h4? I know, but you can put the knight on f1. No checkmate.
But an instructive pattern to remember, just in case black ever needs to break through this knight long term. Yeah, let's give Firouzja some time. I think we're predicting knight takes e6, very controversial, or queen to c2 if he's feeling in a safe mood. But either way, long think, and what's he going to go for? Big question. Let's maybe zoom out of this one. Let's check out some of the other games. Which ones have been developing there?
Yeah, and let's definitely have a quick look at the bird's eye view. But I think it's time to do a break, just to recharge our batteries for a little while before the real excitement happens. And of course, we do have to mention that there is a wonderful opportunity coming up, because do you love following chess.com events and want to join the team? Are you a passionate chess fan with experience in organizing events and tournaments? You might be exactly the person we are looking for to come on board as an events coordinator. Use !apply in chat or go to go.chess.com/events_coordinator_apply to submit your application now. Wonderful opportunity there. And it is time for a quick break on our end. And don't stray too far, because there's more chess excitement lined up. See you on the other side.
Today we're going to go down into the New York City subway, set up a table on the subway platform, and see if we can get some strangers waiting for their trains to play chess with us. All right, now I'm gonna see if I can get anybody. Hey. I'll be white. White. Yeah, 'cause I need all the advantage I can get. Sounds like he knows what he's doing a little bit. Don't worry, I'm not that good.
Yeah? You're just out here playing chess, not that good?
Got the chess.com app. You ever play on your phone?
Oh, yeah.
He said he barely played.
I'm a teacher.
What do you teach?
Chess. I'm just kidding. Self-defense.
How do you stay sane?
I used to do a lot of meditation, take medication.
What's like lesson 101 of self-defense?
Run.
What are you listening to right now? Train, Sean Paul, Ed Sheeran. What is the meaning of life?
It's funny because like what I'm doing I feel like doesn't align with my philosophy on what the meaning of life is, but it's like obviously spend as much time with family as possible.
The best person you can be, get closer to God, not to be evil to each other.
There you go.
Good game, thanks for playing.
Good
game, thanks for playing.
Appreciate it.
I'll see you in a self-defense class. Enjoy Harry Styles.
Welcome back, and I hope you're refreshed and ready after that short pause. And here you can see two American legends of the game, Wesley So playing with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura, old friend and old rival. And they are playing in a game which looks quite level, I have to say. And this brings us to the question that, are we likely to see an Armageddon?
Oh yeah, we are getting close to it, I believe.
Yeah, I think we'll see at least one or two Armageddons this round, and this game looks like the most likely candidate so far. The one maybe big difference, though, is that Wesley So has been far slower than his opponent, down at 35 minutes, already having invested an hour and a half up to this point.
And that brings us nicely on to this question from Salander4. He says, would Hikaru provoke an Armageddon? Hikaru with the black pieces, and let's remind ourselves of the rules of Armageddon. White will start with 10 minutes, black will start with 7 minutes, and there will be an increment of 1 second. It's not that much after move 40.
Yeah, who would be the favorite in a clash between these two? I would normally say Nakamura, even if he's black, but it must be close, right?
Well, that's the rule, right? That whatever the classical game setup was, who played with white, it's going to be continuation in the Armageddon to play with the white pieces. So it's not drawing off lots. This is important to know, I think, because the players are aware of it. And I'm not sure all the players believe that it's advantage for white to play the Armageddon, because there is always a debate whether is it better with white, the 3 extra minutes, is it really such a huge advantage? But there is a draw advantage for black, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's very tricky, this time control in the Armageddon. But I think generally the statistics shows that it favors white.
In Norway Chess, it favors white. Absolutely.
Historically, right?
Yeah. It is really weird, because we saw in other events that players have been vying for the black pieces. But I've seen on online chess, when it's 5 minutes against 4 minutes and the players are super fast, forget it. If you play with white, you've won, basically.
Yeah, and on the Champions Chess Tour this season, we have Armageddon where the players bid, and often one side starts with 15, the other side starts with 8. And even there, black is holding their own. So it's crazy, the difference between kind of mouse speed. You can play 100 moves in 8 minutes online with a mouse, but physically over the board, even with a 1 second increment, it's going to be crazy. It's going to be wild. And we saw yesterday some of the players losing on time, even though they have a 2 second increment. So yeah, I'm not so sure. I would normally say Hikaru is the big favorite there, but yeah, it's going to be touch and go. It's just about who can kind of maybe get their type of opening if we get to that stage. But meanwhile, there have been a couple of moves which make me think that we're not going to see a draw yet. Black has pushed a pawn to c6, and Wesley's just retreated with a knight, with his knight. And what do we make of this, Judith? Who would you choose here and why?
Well, still I believe that it's pretty balanced, though if I would play with white, I would have the plan to play g4 maybe at some point. Or I don't know if black wants to go knight f5, but knight f5 for now is not so advisable, I believe, because of rook f4, and then either black has to go back, or after g6 I would be able to play g4. So it's not so easy to locate the h6 knight to somewhere where it's better, right? So here I think I would rather be with the white side.
And is there any point for white to actually... Oh, it's black to play. I'm sorry. Because I was thinking white is probably going to go knight a4 and force the rook to a silly square.
Oh, wow. Yeah, could be a potential hidden threat there if black isn't too careful. As you mentioned, a silly square, knight a4 might be met with rook to a6, and nobody wants a rook on a6 ever.
My question is what do you think about rook e8? What is that kind of position? Who does it favor to exchange the rooks?
Yeah, maybe we have to jump in with some variations here, because this one, it's either very good and will lock down the position as a draw, but it could backfire somehow. Black
maybe
does
rook
have some weak
f4.
pawns.
What do you think about rook f4? Just putting on cold that knight on h6.
And then you want g4, g5.
Well,
maybe.
I'm afraid you start knowing me better. Yeah.
It's not the first time we've seen g4 today. Yeah, here it makes a lot of sense. You're playing against one bad piece. Knights on the rim are dim. Springer Amarant. something something. I can't remember the German phrase.
Springerbock can?
There's a really nice German phrase there, but it's all about knights being bad on the side of the board, and yeah, this is the worst placed piece for sure. Yeah, maybe Judith, this is strong for white.
Right, and you also have after g4, g5. I'm running with your vision, Judith. I'm like, yeah, all systems go, because you can actually then, once you've kicked the knight away from h6, you can actually control the fifth line.
Yeah, like I was thinking maybe black can go f6 with the idea of knight f7.
Yeah, actually, that looks maybe like I'm not sure the only way, but the best way to solve the problem of this knight. Now g4, g5 loses its sting. But some weak squares, potentially, if white's knight can ever land on e6, this would be a dream.
Yeah, because now g4 is not possible, right? Because of black's playing g5.
Nice.
I mean, h takes g4 and g5.
Yeah. And now don't get greedy. You will walk into a knight fork, and white would be in trouble.
Oh, that would be a big whoopsie moment. You don't want to allow that. Interesting. And how are kind of like moves such as pawn takes pawn, and then
pawn takes pawn,
and then I want to go c5. Oh, Judith, you are speaking my language.
They're so in sync, the two of you. Do you want to swing and go for this pawn potentially? Yeah. I don't think black should get tempted to take on c5. You might have won a pawn temporarily, but this one is going to be so weak.
Yeah.
Rook a8, knight e4, right?
That's it.
Yeah, and long-term huge advantage for white due to black's shattered pawns on the queen side.
Also, rook c4 is interesting instead of knight e4. To have the rook on the fifth.
Yep.
Yeah, really nice move there. Just swing and all sorts of targets on the fifth rank. So after c5, the move I want to play is d5, but I do it reluctantly. Rook a4 anyway.
Rook a4, right?
Yeah, and you're just going to win a pawn, right?
Yep.
b4, pin, and you win. This a pawn will drop. I don't think black has enough compensation. You have a nice structure long-term, nice protected pass pawn, but knights are notoriously bad against these rook pawns, and yeah, I don't think black is going to be too happy here.
Yeah, there are some practical inconveniences for black at this point. If you go back, what is on the board?
Yeah, what to play? I'm kind of attracted to a move like g6 initially, but then I do foresee maybe the white knight somehow eventually kind of getting into f6. I don't know. I really do think, despite the evaluation bar saying it's roughly level, despite Nakamura being half an hour up on the clock, it's slightly tricky for him. I would definitely pick white too. It feels like you're far more flexible to kind of initiate stuff, as Jovanka mentioned, d takes c6 and throwing c5 in. Some knight a4 plans.
I have a question.
Some g4.
Can I go knight g8?
All the way home.
Well,
sometimes you have to go back to go forward.
Home.
Yeah, maybe knight g8 just to come back into the game either via f6 or e7.
Yeah, first I thought to come from f6 to put pressure on d5 also.
But can you still do your plan of going g4?
Knight f6.
And then you just sit on the fourth row, because that seems to be
and I just
the
want to
most
take
flexible.
on d5.
Ah.
Maybe I can flick in this move though. Intermediate move.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes.
Want to take back with
But
the
what
knight.
about taking first on g4 and after that taking on d5? Will that make a difference?
Take.
Or not?
And if I step forward, I just
Knight
want to get here at any cost. Knight e4, and we go into a really complicated rook endgame.
So
but
good.
yeah, white has all the targets outside past pawn.
Yep. It's not that
Some
easy
danger.
for Hikaru, actually.
Yeah.
Not that straightforward draw that we had initially thought it would be.
Well, maybe g4, knight e7. What do you think about that? Knight g8, g4, knight e7.
Yeah, I think this might be a cleaner path. And again, if I ever take this one, then later the rook will...
h8 I have in mind.
Yeah, the black knight has a beautiful square as well on f5, if it can get there.
Rook e8 is on the board, not knight g8.
Ooh, big decision, though. We didn't discuss rook e8 and just this rook trade. This one as well looks a bit dangerous to me somehow.
We discussed rook f4, right?
Yeah, we discussed rook f4.
But not the exchange itself.
Rook f4, the more ambitious of the two. if Wesley really, really wants to win, we'll see rook f4 on the board. Rook takes e8, safe, but maybe nothing to do there. No winning chances.
Yes, because after rook e8, king e8, knight f5 cannot be stopped. That would put great pressure on the pawn on h4.
Yeah, this is true. If I could somehow get my king to f4 and play g4, then I'd be very confident with white, but...
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, just knight f5, one move.
And what about if you just forget about that pawn on h4? Because there's still a lot of stuff to be said. For instance, pawn takes pawn. So I'm just looking at forcing ways. And then now c5.
Okay, let's say I don't get tempted to take.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that you would, and then I wanted to maneuver. For some reason, my knight was getting to attack your pawn on a5, but now I can see that
will be a journey
easy
to reach that.
For some reason, I had like my knight arriving on b3, but I can see there's a pawn there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not quite quick enough to get to d4. Again, if you had one more move to sit on d4, you might be doing very well.
Yeah.
But Black is in time with knight f5 to cover that square and to hit on h4. So it looks like a good move from Nakamura if the rooks come off. Looks like a very healthy position there for Black. But the key question remains, will Wesley keep the tension? Rook f4, the only winning try, it feels like.
Or take on c6 first and then rook f4.
Yeah, something in conjunction with rook f4.
Also possible to take on c6 and rook d4, by the way.
Take and rook d4.
But then you allow the knight to spring to f5.
And then rook f4.
Oh.
Tricky.
Tricky.
And having in mind to play g4 later. I'm not sure it's so good, but it's an idea.
Yeah, so either way, we're expecting him to keep the rooks on, or hoping for Wesley to keep the rooks on. And yeah, we'll check back in on this one later. You can see on the camera Nakamura is away, normally a show of confidence, and Wesley kind of staring off into the distance for a second. He's less certain about his winning chances. And yeah, we're back at the bird's eye view now. Where shall we go? There are developments all over the place.
We haven't visited Nordibek Abdusattorov against Anish Giri for quite a while.
This one has become crazy, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
And it's a variation in the break, Judith, we were discussing.
Yeah.
Let's jump in there. We see Abdusattorov with the white pieces. We had this isolated queen's pawn via the queen's gambit declined early in the game. And let's just backtrack a few moves. The position was looking relatively quiet just maybe 3 or 4 moves ago around here. White played queen to a4, though, creating a lot of tension. Black's knight retreated, and knight to d7 was the initiation of chaos on the board. All sorts of tactics. This knight hitting the knight on f6, hitting the bishop, of course, but more importantly, hitting the rook on f8. So this knight had to be eliminated. And suddenly, Black's rook found itself trapped. And Judith, you mentioned that Black had a safety first move. Anish could have probably just forced a very safe position with the move bishop to c6 immediately, trading off this bishop. And here we would have most likely seen a move such as d5, oh sorry, queen takes, and such as d5 coming in the near future, maybe even immediately.
Yes, actually d5 maybe is kind of an unpleasant move, because after e takes d5, knight d5 is possible, though rook e6 seems to be not too dangerous for Black. But there is something very interesting is cooking over there, the way the game continuation.
Yeah, so instead of going for an equal position like this one, Anish showed his ambition. Instead of playing bishop c6, he first took on g3, a sacrifice. And after his rook was captured, now he plays the move bishop to c6.
Just for a second, I would like to highlight that instead of bishop c8, it's not really possible to take back h takes g3, because then simply rook c7, right? And Black is getting a very nice position.
Beautiful position.
Keeping on the c file, controlling the d5 square, having the b7 bishop on the diagonal. So this is why this is a critical line which is happening on the game.
Yeah, this looks great for Black. You can plant a knight into the center there. But instead, bishop takes c8 did happen, and bishop c6. We see an exclamation mark, an exclamation point here, showing the best move for Black.
And the only move.
The only move, yeah. Otherwise you would lose material, otherwise you would emerge and exchange down rook for bishop. So first you gain time against the white queen, and you have to be really careful where you put her. In the break when I was discussing this with Judah, my first instinct was take this pawn, but now the knight can drop back, whoops, and you gain tempo, you gain an important tempo against the white queen, and you save your bishop. You emerge with extra material there as Black. So where to put this this lady.
The question is where to go with the queen. To b4 it's not possible because then bishop d6, intermediate move, and then the bishop is taken. So queen b3, c2 or d1. Those are the alternative moves.
There's also, you can block the attack with knight b5. Although that might be a mistake because of queen d5.
Queen d5 looks quite scary at first. Rook c6 must be the only move.
Yeah.
Wow, this is crazy. There's pieces all over the board. Which one do we take? And now I guess we take this with the knight. Ooh, computer hates that one.
Yeah, because bishop b7 seems to be unpleasant. So maybe queen takes.
If we go back, queen takes c6, and yeah, it feels like black's doing well at least, because this is pinned now. This bishop will drop in return for black's bishop, and most likely black has the isolated pawn.
After knight b5, maybe it's also possible just to take queen takes c8, and after that, if white is taking the bishop, then queen d7, or do you have some knight a7 stuff?
Yeah, the question is knight takes a7. Here, I really want to flick in this move, bishop takes h2, just because I can. Just now, king takes. I can move my queen out of the line of fire with check, and next move I win your queen.
Nice.
But if I move the king, more questions. Oh, wow, this is complicated.
No, but black has two pieces for the rook, right? Bishop a4, so black is just better.
Ah, yeah, of course. I can't do simple maths here, and we can just take, and black has,
Yeah, I also got confused. There's too many pieces were taken by black.
Black's two pieces are far superior to the white rook.
Okay, so after queen c8, you have to take back the bishop, right? After knight b5, queen c8.
Now, you wanted queen d7?
Queen d7, yes.
And that forces me, I guess, to take on c6.
Well, it seems like that's the only move, and it's roughly equal.
Yeah.
But how is this position? Rook takes bishop. Sorry, rook takes bishop.
Probably queen c6 is the best.
If you go queen c6.
Knight c6,
knight a7.
Just to put that on the board. Wow. All sorts of pins. There's a pin in this direction this time, and black emerges a pawn down. Probably still holdable, but you don't want to suffer here. Yeah.
But, okay, why to give up a pawn if we don't have to, right?
But the a7 pawn is going to fall no matter what.
In that position.
Not in, if you capture with the queen, you can actually go.
Queen takes a7.
Queen takes a7 anyway.
Yeah, but queen b5 and queen b2.
And white's still fighting for the draw. It should be a draw, but some work to be done. This pawn is attacked. This pawn is very weak long term.
But the big question is, in the game, what happens if queen moves back, right? Yeah. Because white seems to have a material advantage, but I'm not sure because there's a huge attack possibility for black with the pair of bishops. So let's say queen d1.
Yeah, maybe it's just bishop f4.
Just bishop f4. So simple.
Anish has been doing his puzzle rush tactics. So that's the hidden idea. You just move the bishop out of the way of fire. And
I thought he wants to have some compensation going back to b8, bishop a6. The bishop is completely out. Queen d6, bringing the knight and stuff like that. But bishop f4 is simple, yeah?
Yeah, even this looks like great practical compensation for black. Maybe not enough, though, after white just blocks. Still looks very scary, I must admit, for Abdusattorov. But yeah, Anish, he's calculated bishop
some knight
f4.
f5, knight h4.
Yeah.
But bishop f4 seems just a very simple way of having an advantage.
Safe advantage, yeah. The white bishop has to move. You have to escape, and actually you win a pawn at the end here. Even if you didn't win a pawn, you have a big advantage due to the weakness of this guy.
So actually, maybe we have to go back to knight b5. Maybe that's objectively the best way for white to save the game.
This is the only thing we've seen so far. Knight b5. Nice spot, Jovanka. It wouldn't be on my radar, at least not instinctively. He might calculate his way to this conclusion.
It's a very ugly move. Maybe it's the best, but it's ugly.
Thank you.
Yeah, but entering into the pin, right? This is not your dream, generally speaking. It's a desperation.
Right. That's very true. There is actually one other move, because I did
f4 anyway.
I did check with the computer. Queen goes to c4 is the other alternative.
Wow. So in this position, queen to c4.
No, instead of knight b5.
Instead of knight b5. And Yeah, that is just saying after bishop f4, you just go bishop a6 and that's it.
And big deal.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you rather play it with black.
Yes. I think the momentum has definitely shifted to Anish.
Definitely.
Yeah, you can see that on the body language. Abdusattorov, he's spending a long time now, spending nearly 10 minutes on this one move. Deep in thought, Anish away from the board. We talked about time trouble. He's under 40 minutes, and in the current position, it is only move 19, so they're not even halfway to the time control. This could potentially end in a scramble, especially if Abdusattorov couldn't solve his issues in the next few moves. Queen c4, knight b5 have to be found.
Yeah. And talking about this unusual time control, once they're in that scramble, how easy is it to get out of it when you only have a 10-second increment per move after move 40?
Yeah. You don't get out.
Exactly, right?
Eternal damnation.
You just enter into the time trouble and then you practically have no time to go to the bathroom either.
Right. I mean, it's not very easy to build up that time on the clock with 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's an important point, Judith. Like, I've had that a few times myself deep into the endgame, and suddenly it's like, oh my god, I've only got 30 seconds left for the rest of the game, and I really want to run to the bathroom. Like, I can't focus. Like, the players need to get that out of their system, but so many kind of pitfalls before that point. 40 minutes pretty much for the rest of the game now for Abdusattorov and counting.
I learned a little hack.
Life hack.
Life hack, or chess hack. When you're in that situation, maybe I shouldn't like publicly say it, but I'll say it anyway. Between the three of us and everyone watching, apparently what you can do is you can call the arbiter and go, I feel unwell.
Stop the clock.
Stop the clock. Woohoo!
Did you ever try that?
No, I don't have the guts to do that kind of rule breaking, but and also I don't have the calmness or the foresight to kind of like think I need that, and I'm just like literally on panic mode when it comes to time trouble.
Yeah, there's those kind of life hacks in all sports. I know I used to watch a lot of tennis, and sometimes the players, they're like, oh, I need an injury break just because they're playing really badly, and then they get a little nice massage, and then 5-10 minutes later they go in and play again, and normally they tend to be fine. But yeah, there's little kind of tricks of the trade that you can use, but you don't want to be kind of relying on that.
Well, you don't have these timeouts in the game.
Yeah, unless you're feeling unwell, Jovanka.
Keep that to yourselves.
No, don't try it too often, please. Don't try it at home. But yeah, difficult moment. Now, almost 12 minutes in the tank for Abdusattorov. He's realizing now that he has to backpedal. It's definitely white playing for equality here. No more chances of the advantage. And maybe that's not what he was banking on when he initiated this forcing variation.
Yeah, probably when he played knight d7, it could easily be the case that he just thought about the simplification, which we looked for the first line, right? Exchanging the knight, the bishop, and simplifying the d-pawn, e-pawn exchange. And then it's a very unpleasant situation that you have to face with something that, oh, I thought I'm just simplifying and it's going to be a draw. Let's go to the Armageddon. And then suddenly you realize that, well, if I go queen c4, if I go this or that, and he plays queen c4, it's not really bad for white, but it's kind of he's the one who has to pay attention to make sure that he's not ending up having really isolated the pawn with the passive play.
Yeah, and Anish, you can tell he's calculated this in advance. He predicted queen c4, a little bit of hesitation, but just very wisely, very professionally checking his variations, and he'll play bishop back to f4 within a few seconds, it looks like. Okay, taking his hand back, away.
Good thing there, you know, because we've seen so many opportunities that have been missed because we've instinctively reached out for the move. The worst is when you actually have your hand on the piece and your brain goes, hang on a second, you could have played this and you would have won on the spot. And you just literally go to your brain, but why did you not suggest that 10 seconds earlier, you know? Why wait until I've actually committed to moving that piece? Happened to me a few times. It was very frustrating.
Yeah, sometimes the eyes move faster than the brain can kind of click into gear. Yeah, so definitely it's worth a moment or two to pause, especially if, like Anish, you have a lot of time on your clock. And bishop f4 on the board, and that whole variation we showed, Judith, where white is suffering slightly, but should be fine ultimately. Yeah, really nice way that Anish has played this game so far. And how about this clash? We talked about Hikaru and Wesley. How about this one? If it went down to Armageddon, is Abdusattorov a favourite?
I'm sorry, I have a very quick question.
Ooh.
Can't white go away with the rook and after queen c8 to play d5?
Wow. Okay, let's jump back into an analysis board. Good spot.
I just want to see what's there. Like rook c2, let's say.
Okay. And I want
queen
to take...
c8, d5.
Okay, so hitting this one and some attacks here. Also, yeah, 2 bishops under a fire. What is black's best move? I didn't see a way to deal with this.
But the bishop is trapped on c8, and you do have some moves.
Bishop trapped. Ah, okay, yeah, actually in this
Bishop
position.
h2?
Yeah, no, not in the d5. Just one move earlier, because I feel that's the time where we have to run through everything.
b5 maybe.
Yeah, I was thinking b5. Yeah.
Just to try and deflect away the white queen from.
Also, queen c7 was a tricky move.
Ooh,
yeah.
Queen c7 as well.
c7. I know, but queen c7, bishop a6, defending the queen.
Right.
You wanted, for example, if white.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's say plays. Oh, I don't know. Plays rook e1. Some strange move. You want to take this pawn.
Yeah.
The king
Pawn
moves.
and the g2.
Check. And then
yeah,
this
that's
queen
what
drops.
I had in mind.
Yeah, so maybe b5 here, and the idea is after knight takes pawn. Okay, still a bit tricky, but at the very minimum we can take this and take now on c8. Maybe there's something even better than this for black, but here again 2 bishops against a rook, big advantage. Okay, but
bishop a6 on the board.
Yep. Nice dodge there of any tactics, any tricks by Abdusattorov. Now, once Anish kind of double checks himself, he's going to take this rook, and it will be a small advantage for black, but nothing too major. Yeah, Armageddon. Who would you pick, Abdusattorov or Giri?
Giri.
Really?
Just the
Abdusattorov.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you?
Before this
decide.
game, I would have been Jovanka's side. Now I'm not so sure. Giri's just so good in the opening.
Yeah, he is so good. He's really good at the opening, but you know he will start with less time.
He's fast.
Yes, he is fast, but I just think that Abdusattorov is so resourceful and so quick. And you know, when we judge the scores in Norway Blitz, we saw Abdusattorov 6 points. Anish finished in 8th place. No, 8th place. Sorry.
Yeah, Abdusattorov's just on form in speed chess, but yeah, it often gets down to kind of some small details. And if Anish survives the opening, it's going to be very hard for Abdusattorov there. But let's kind of zoom out of this one. Meanwhile, there have been some big developments in other games. Let's check in maybe on Fabiano against Magnus Carlsen, because queens are off on that board, if I'm not mistaken, and some changes there. Also some tactics happening on other boards. We'll get round to those. But first, Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen, and things have changed, Judith.
Oh yeah, seems like there is some overcrowded rooks on c7, c8, because Fabi wants to trap the c7 one with bishop f4 in the next move.
Yeah, those pieces have huddled too close together. You need some breathing space. He's definitely, the black pieces are not respecting the personal space of their fellow pieces here.
But how do you just unhuddle those pieces? I mean, it's very difficult. Bishop f4, as you point out, serious threat on the board, and also this knight on b6. It's such a horrible piece.
We're going back again,
yeah,
again. Criticizing that knight.
Magnus, didn't you learn your basics about where to put knights? Never put a knight opposite a pawn. Like this, you just get dominated, nowhere to jump. Sorry, bad joke.
Get this. Sorry, I just accidentally peeked at the computer. There's only one move to keep Magnus in the game.
Wow, only one move?
Yeah.
Everything else gives white a decisive
Everything
advantage.
will give white like a +1 advantage.
Wow. Should we guess, Judith?
Sure.
I see this threat. I want to play bishop d6 maybe, but
Then we give up the g5 square. F takes e6 and
Well,
knight g4.
you guys, Magnus has found it.
oh wow,
Bishop 8.
Bishop a3, only move.
classy stuff. And the top players, more often than not, if you give them a narrow path, just one move to survive, they'll find it.
The question is, why is this the best move?
That's the other question. So weird.
Rook d1, knight b4 or something?
Maybe
Looking
just
for counterplay?
wants to move the knight out the way to give the black rook on c7 some breathing space. How does white react, first of all? You mentioned rook d1. Do we want rook e1? Which one?
Yeah, rook e1 or rook d1, it's a big question.
Or rook
Rook
c...
e1 looks kind of more logical to be on the e file.
Potentially setting up some tricks against the black e6 pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, should we jump in with some
Yeah,
lines
rook
here?
e1. Let's go rook e1.
Okay, let's jump in and let's play rook e1 on the board.
And knight b4, right? That's the idea.
Must be the idea. Let's just point out that pawn takes pawn will backfire on black because this rook is trapped. White wins material. So knight b4 we're assuming.
Yeah, there would no change with bishop a3 in this motive. Now the question is whether knight e5, for example, that's also possible. Or just simply, let's start with f takes e5.
Yep, f takes e6 first. Take.
Yeah, knight g5 or knight f4.
Oof. If there were queens on the board, you'd be checkmating black by this point with a knight on g5. But where do I run? Oof, let's say I run somewhere. g4.
Bishop d7?
Or, yeah, bishop d7 maybe. And now, how do we keep the momentum going?
Knight f4.
Knight f4. Oof. Even without queen's Judith, you want to...
Well, I don't know, but it's very tempting to go with knight f4, knight e6. Well, now actually the rook on e1 has its plus that I can go somewhere on the e file. At the same time, bishop b4 is not possible and grabbing the pawn on the e5 because it's going to be hanging, right? Though it's a very nice mate, checkmate. If let's say if it's right to move.
Okay.
Let's say if you just make a move, rook b8 or something, nonsense, just to show the fun. Bishop b4 takes, knight d5, bishop e1, knight e7, knight f7. Just for the fun of it.
Definition of smothered mate. I thought you were going to go with this one, Judith. Just on the theme of checkmate, I thought you were going to take here and king in the corner, and then... Oh, wait, where's the checkmate?
Then it's no mate.
Oh.
Or is there?
I thought I was seeing something flashy here. Maybe there's no checkmate. It's winning, but no immediate checkmate.
Yeah, it's
wow.
Knight e5.
Knight e5.
King h8, knight g6 is not mate yet.
You want to lift the rook. But unfortunately, black has the saving grace. Just g5.
Yeah. And bishop d2.
Ooh, heartbreaker. Bishop d2, just to drop back and block any checks. Yeah. This won't happen if we're questioning that at home, but it's the type of thing that are on the players' minds. And right now, it looks promising, though, for white somehow, rook e1. It feels right instinctively. Of course, Fabio will back that up with deep calculation, though. 30 minutes left for him against almost 40 for Magnus. Rook e1. Yeah, I don't think he needs to look too far beyond that. That feels like the most active square for the white rook. Still some tactics coming, so why not put your rook on an active square potentially? Oof. Should we wait for Fabi to make a move? Should we check in on some of the other games? I see tactics in the game with Firouzja against Gukesh.
Let's dive into that because Fabi has a lot of options here.
Yeah, and Fabi will come back to that game very shortly. There's actually tactics everywhere. Mamedyarov against Tari as well, but let's go to Firouzja against Gukesh first. And knight takes b4. An idea you mentioned a bit earlier, Judith, is it has appeared on the board. And there have been some big moves, big decisions. We'll check back in on this position in a moment. Let's just see how we got here. We last joined it in this position, and actually our prediction game was on point. After f takes e6, knight queen g4 did happen, Jovanka's move. Knight e5, the queen dropped back, and now, utilizing the fact that this bishop is only defended once by the white queen, black has grabbed a pawn.
Well, there is some action gonna happen. Maybe bishop h6 now?
Yeah, this bishop's dying anyway. Might as well throw it out the way.
But bishop h6, well, I know it's too late. It should have been better. It would have been better much earlier, but let's say bishop h6, knight d3.
Let's jump in with some variations here. Bishop takes h6, knight b to d3. Everything's hanging. This rook, this pawn, this bishop. Yeah, we should point out as well, every time white wants to play knight e4, it will backfire due to the move knight f3 check. You've kind of cleared this diagonal, clearance sacrifice. If the pawn captures the knight, then this will end in checkmate. Nowhere to go. So this is going to be very relevant for the next few moves.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so maybe bishop takes h6, this line we showed there, Judith. Looking good for black. Or at least visually, looks very appealing. Just everything hanging in the white camp. So can we put a spin on this? Can we do it differently somehow?
Yeah. Well, I don't see a way to do that one differently, but I see a lot of options. Like, so I guess you could also, no, you can't. Your tactic that literally you spelt it out for us, because I was like, maybe you can go knight e4, but literally the one tactic that you showed,
Yeah,
I've fallen for it again.
Yeah, knight e4, black will throw the knight out of the way with queen, knight f3 check, and the queen infiltrates.
Yeah, so you can't do that. And
is this safety first if we just take this knight, queen takes, and then just take this pawn?
I was thinking about that too and tried to kind of play opposite color bishops, but it does feel that black has a lot of play on the dark squares.
Well, and the a3 pawn is going to be a strong one, not a weak one.
Yeah.
Finally, and also, yeah, bishop b6 going back to the diagonal. It's very dangerous for white.
Yeah.
I think this is not an option what Firouzja is calculating.
But what else simply? The bar is roughly in the center and black has grabbed a pawn, so there must be a solution for white. I sense time scramble incoming, under half an hour now for Firouzja. You need something now. What is it?
Well, maybe what do you think about playing rook d1? I don't know which rook, but one of the rooks, let's say the a1. That's the logical one. And after knight d3, bishop e3.
Creating a pin here. How does black unravel?
Can you try to cement that knight with c5?
Yeah.
b5.
Sense.
c4. I'm coming.
Push those pawns, Jovanka.
I do like that comment from Toro that says that Tony that says pawn has been on a3 since the Middle Ages.
What about f4?
Yeah.
Oh wow! In the
there at the end.
Oh, at the end of that variation.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook d1, knight into d3, and here f4. It's not good enough that black can just push pawns. White wants to get some of the action too. And wow, crazy stuff. But I'm defending this knight sufficiently for now, I guess. So can I just move?
You just move away?
I mean, I'm reluctant to move, but
just looking at
Maybe
the
C4.
tactics, maybe you can go c4.
Yeah, maybe that's the one which is killing.
I tell you one thing that I
Look
have
at
learned
that.
so
Look at
much.
that. Bishop g5.
Whoa.
Whoa.
On the board, bishop here. We were looking at every square other than this bishop g5 move. Double exclamation mark from Alireza Firouzja. That
What
means
a beautiful move.
best
What
move.
an amazing move.
Wow.
Yes, it's strange because you would always just think bishop takes pawn, capture, and here this is the best move. Attack the rook. Wow.
Absolutely brilliant.
Incredible move.
Yeah, and let's try to get to the root of this. The bishop can be captured simply. And there we see it is a brilliant move, an unexpected and amazing move, of course. Putting the bishop on a square, it can be taken for free. But the black knight will then fall. And after pawn takes bishop, pawn takes knight, this black pawn structure is really shaky. Later, you can't do it yet, but later you can hope to get your knight in to take this pawn of black's king. Very weak. Beautiful stuff. And also, if the black king ever has to run into the corner, it's no longer going to be safe. It's going to get hit by the white queen.
What a beautiful move. Bishop g5.
Bishop g5. That's a mark of genius. We know these players are good, but that's another level. I think it would have taken me an hour, and I would need to be told that there was a good move in order to find that one.
But also at the same time, we can say that it was a very difficult moment. So by elimination, you can also get there, possibly.
Yeah, I agree with the comment there in the featured chat. Alireza is a beast.
Yeah. And okay, let's go back to the bird's eye view because I can actually see that one of the games has finished in a draw between Shakhriyar Mamedyarov and Aryan Tari. So we will be seeing our first Armageddon. And let's let the tension build a little bit longer, and we're going to take a quick break, and we will see you shortly.
Did you teach certain positions or openings or middle games, or what did your training people look like?
I'll give you one of the secrets here. So a good coach will correct your moves, but a great coach will correct your thinking. And
all right, hold on. I want to repeat that again for the people in the back. Can you just repeat that again?
So a good coach will correct your moves, and a great coach will correct your thinking. So really part of the magic of coaching is holding a mirror up to a child so they can see their own thinking. And sometimes you made the move because you were overconfident, you were dismissive of your opponent. And so this kind of self-knowledge, this self-awareness is part of the cognitive process, and it helps to accelerate their learning curve as players. And so meaning games are not lost because you didn't know the Roy Lopez, or you didn't know the 14th move of the Roy Lopez, or because you couldn't execute a rook and pawn endgame. Yes, of course, these are technical things that you need to win chess games. But games are also lost because of lack of self-knowledge. So the issue of Spassky losing to Petrosian, I tell the story many times, but Spassky lost the World Championship to Petrosian in 1966. Spassky goes back to Botvinnik and he says, why did I lose? Now, many people may not know, but Spassky was an incredibly talented chess player, right? In many ways, he's considered one of the first universal chess player. He can attack like Tal and he can defend like Petrosian, but he loses this match. And Botvinnik told him, the great talented Boris Spassky, did you study Petrosian? Right? So meaning he didn't think it was important to study the opponent. The famous line from Sun Tzu, know your enemy, know yourself, in 1,000 battles you will never lose. He just thought it was about Spassky. And so he had to take the time and recognize that he needed to understand Petrosian. Beating you means I must understand you. Chess is a conversation, is a dialogue between the two chess players. So by 1969, he knew what to expect at the chessboard. He has studied Petrosian, and he eventually becomes the 10th world champion.
Welcome back, and there you can see the playing hall of the Norway Chess, where the players are fit and fighting, and two people who will be in fighting mood will be Shakariat Mamedyarov and Arian Tari, because they have drawn their first game, and that means only one thing: their match will be decided by Armageddon, our crowd favorite. And David, talk us through how that result happened.
Yeah, so we did earlier check in on this game between Mamedyarov and Arian Tari, and actually we slightly preferred Black's position, but it did boil down to a draw eventually, and this was the moment where the simplifications started. It looks like Black has a dominating position with this beautiful knight on the d3 square. White's pass pawn nicely blockaded as well. If Black gets a move or two more to push further forward, Black would have a huge advantage, but Mamedyarov did pull the brake at the right time. He found the nice move b3. Just keeping an eye on the Black pawn structure there. Black's knight, unfortunately, needs to be kept an eye on. Black's pawns are tied down, and after Arian decided to offer the queen trade, knight takes b5. A really flashy tactic here to force the draw. Knight takes b5. Double exclamation mark as we see there. Unexpected, the sacrifice, but also brilliant. And the idea here is queen takes knight would be met by pawn takes pawn. And actually it's white who wins, because next move the Black knight would fall. Instead, Arian had to bail out with pawn takes b3. Also a double exclamation mark move, equally brilliant, foregoing the Black knight. And we saw the game end peacefully after rook takes knight, the queen taking the white knight, and everything getting traded off the board. At this level, rook and 3 versus rook and 3 is a simple draw, and the players did agree to one there. Straight to Armageddon chess.
Yeah, it was a fun game. In the beginning, you could see that actually Mamedyarov did not get really an advantage at all. In the beginning of the game, Black Tari played very well, very actively, defended his pawns on c4, and then he went on, exchange in the center. So it was a very balanced game. Good play. Good, Tari.
Yes, but the play must continue because they will be playing the Armageddon. And you mentioned that Shaq didn't get too much of an opening advantage. Do you think he will switch it up?
This is a very big question, because I've seen previous events that many of the players, they follow up with the same preparation, they go on with the same line, right? But I'm not sure. I think Shaq can easily switch. Depending on his mood, whether maybe he was not so happy with the opening, and let's face it, he has to win. It's a must-win situation for him, and he knows it that he's very fast, he has more time, so definitely he wants to pose problems to Tari, and I think there is a good chance that he will switch.
Yeah. And well, we'll find out, because the game will be kicking off in roughly 15 minutes time. And of course, we will be there following all the action. I can't wait for Armageddon. It's my personal favorite.
Well, the players have to really switch completely in a different mode with their mind, while they had the time calculating, making strategies, deciding, making decisions after so many minutes that they were spending during the game. Now they have to switch completely, and intuition comes into place.
Yeah, and just while we wait for that Armageddon action to begin, let's jump back into some of the games that are ongoing. We left this game between Nodebek Abdusatorov and Anish Giri just a few moves ago, but suddenly things have changed. Queens are off the board. White is left with a really desperate defense here. He does have a huge weakness on the d4 square, and my only question here is, how big is Black's advantage? Do we think he can convert this one, Anish Giri?
Well, first of all, one thing is sure, that he's extremely happy, because this is more than a dream out of these kind of positions, right? This is absolutely a dream. Attacking the d4 pawn, and then you don't know whether you really want to take it or just attack it for 30 moves, and only after then to take it. So I think Abdusatorov is in huge danger right now.
I mean, can he take the path of most resistance and go active with his rook? I mean, obviously that's going to be the plan.
With white.
Yeah, with white. But
Black to move.
But it's black to move,
so
yeah. I know.
Knight takes d4 right now is not clear, because rook d1 is not possible to knight check, right? To e2. So after knight d4, white has to take on d4, rook d4. White gives a check on c8 first, in order to push away the king to h7, so the f7 pawn is not protected anymore, and then rook c7 with a double attack. And now, of course, it can continue playing king g6, for example, with the same idea and pattern going to happen after rook a7 to give a check on d1 first, pushing the king to h2, and after rook d2, both pawns are under attack. But white can play b4, right? And after rook f2, rook b7, rook a2, and then this is how we are exchanging pawns, but still always black has one pawn, extra pawn.
Yeah, and long term, unless there's something immediate, these passed pawns will decide the game. So this looks extremely tempting. Here, Judith, maybe white can, for example, just save this one. I'm not sure exactly how I want to do this. For example, let's step back. It's a passive square. And suddenly, if I can exchange off these two pawns, the A and B pawns, the 4 versus 3 on the king side alone, that should be holdable.
Yes, but I think in this position, there is a very good chance that black would be starting it with h5 or playing somehow. If, let's say, black pawn would be on h4, right? That would be a completely different story. So now white should be playing h4, I think, as the best move. Because if a5, I think black takes and h4. And that's a very difficult endgame to hold, unless you have a concrete draw with rook a4 and rook a7 going back and forth. But if, let's say, black would be able to play king f6 and g5, that would be something that it's very difficult to hold for white, because it's a very important strategic way of playing black having on h4. And actually we are going to reach this position, it seems, because there is an exchange of knights, and the check on c8 is given, and rook on c7.
Yeah, I'm surprised, I've got to say, by Anish's decision. It makes a lot of sense, especially if he can reach an endgame like that one, Judith. But I don't know, I would have been so tempted to just delay the tension. For example, a move like g5. Is this really going away anytime soon, this pawn? I don't know. I mean, I'm a bit of a lazy calculator, so unless I saw a direct win, I would have been reluctant to go into that rook and pawn endgame, which does have drawish tendencies.
But maybe check on c8,
C8 and then
rook a8.
Rook a8.
Counterplay.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do when I thought it was white's play.
Yeah, maybe this is
And
less
after
practical.
knight d4, you go rook a7.
Just to avoid the same rook endgame, but with me having improved my pawn structure. Yeah, this one does look like it should fizzle out towards a draw. So, okay, Anish decided to cash in now, and he will enter a rook endgame, a pawn up. This is the current position, and we are expecting here black to simply defend his f-pawn and go for white's pawns immediately afterwards, the exact variation you showed, Judith.
I don't know if it's possible for black, for example, to play f6. Maybe it's a better version. And after rook a7 to go rook d1 and rook d2.
Yep, let's jump.
Or f5. Both are option, but I think we'll get to know this later, where the pawn stands better or safer. So let's say f6, rook a7, check.
Check, king moves.
King moves, rook d2.
Is there a difference in this variation now? Because maybe I can play b4, like you highlighted, and this pawn is weak at the end.
Yeah.
Difference.
Yeah, you see, this is why I cannot go f6.
Yeah, and here black would be winning pawn up, but one move too slow. I can take your pawn.
Okay, so this is why f6 is not possible.
So if we go back to the game position, likely to see king g6.
I think so.
Yeah, just to defend this pawn. I think this one's more important than the others. You don't really want to save your a pawn, for example, here. You could maybe hunt down this b2 pawn, but an endgame like this one, I mean, this e pawn is just going to be too weak.
Yeah, the e6 pawn is just falling off.
Yeah. So, king g6 from Anish we're expecting, and can he grind out victory from this endgame? That's the key question. Abdusattorov should have enough time to hold, you would think. Time trouble won't really play an issue in this game. And, okay, king g6 is on the board. So, Anish Giri in the driver's seat. This endgame's going to go on for a long time, though. I think we can guarantee that one. Should we check in on some of the other action?
Sure.
Alireza against Gukesh. That one is so complicated. I think that's the most likely candidate for a decisive result in the classical portion, at least so far. And we do see, okay, the players playing extremely quickly in the other game, but this one, tense. We saw the brilliant bishop g5 move from Abdusattorov. Oh, sorry, from Alireza. And let me make sure I get the right game here. It is this position. And, wow, this one. The black king is not safe at all, Judith.
Well, yeah. White made this bishop g5 in order to make it unsafe. And pawn on g6, interestingly standing, covering the h5 square. and actually gives a good shelter later for the king, I think, on g7. And the e5 knight is exceptionally well placed as a defender and as a great active piece as well.
An octo knight, Jovanka, with all of its 8 tentacles out.
Yeah, it's a very impressive knight, I have to say. I'm also quite impressed how Black's king looks remarkably safe, despite having a lot of air around it.
Yeah, if White can't generate an attack, remember he is a pawn down, and we laughed at this guy, the a3 pawn. Could this decide the game long term? Pawn up?
Yeah, you said it. I didn't believe you.
That's the thing, if you forget to take the opponent's pawns, they might later become queens. That's the problem with chess.
And also just to mention the clock times, Alireza just under 20 minutes, and well, he has 12 moves to play before he can start getting that 10-second increment. But there will be no added time to give him any form of relief, any time to catch his breath. He just has to be in hustle mode, which we actually have seen Alireza from yesterday's Blitz event be absolutely supreme there.
And it's so interesting to see Gukesh, who is just turned 17 yesterday, right? That when you see these talented, very young players, they have respect for the older players. Well, we can say Alireza is an older player, just few years, but he has a huge experience in this level already, right? For the last 2-3 years, or maybe already 4. And I remember when Giri was, for example, 15 or so, and I was playing with him in one tournament, and you can see on him they have this extremely great self-confidence. You're on the edge whether they really respect you or not really. They just criticize you, asking questions. And this is why it's many of the games becoming really interesting, that you feel this thing that I'm not playing for a draw. I'm playing for a win. I want to ask questions. I'm going to make these challenging moves. I'm calculating myself. And then you see this game happening right here. And look at Gukesh, the way he sits there. He has this self-confidence. He's happy with his position. He's focused, right? And he's playing with world number 2.
Yeah. That's how he burst to, 7 out of 7 or 8 out of 8 at the Olympiad on board 1 for the India youth team, the India second team.
Yes.
Just no fear at all, no respect. He took down Fabiano with the black pieces just by going at it, and it was just as crazy as this type of position.
They have respect for the players, but they don't have this crazy respect that it would block them to give out their strengths, right?
They're not deferential at all. They're just well, you've given me a pawn. I think a pawn is worth a little bit of trouble. And very impressive start from Gukesh. Also now, Alireza in a difficult situation because he does have to generate something. And it's very difficult to see a clear-cut path towards the black king.
You know what is very annoying in this position for white? Look at that bishop on e6. And it's it got lost. No? Lost in the forest, alone.
Trapped behind enemy lines.
It seems like it's close to the king and it's active and so on, and it has also a good outpost if it goes back to b3. But actually it's eating up air on that diagonal. It doesn't give any disturbance for black.
No, it certainly doesn't give any disturbance, but I think that this will be something that Alireza does have to focus on, and he'll be using some time on his clock to deal with, because, well, we do have an Armageddon about to start any second now, and there we can see Ariantari playing with the black pieces, getting ready to meet Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And, well, Arian will start with 7 minutes on the clock. Mamedyarov 10 minutes. Who is our favourite?
On paper, you would have to say Mamedyarov, higher rated player. He's got the white pieces. He was exceptional yesterday in the Blitz tournament, at least for the majority of that event. Arian struggled yesterday in the Blitz, but did take down Magnus. That being said, he looked like he played a great game there, Tari. Never in trouble at all with black from move 1. And he's also an extremely well-prepared player. So This one, I do think it's in the balance.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to say Mamajorov's a big favourite.
There is track record. Last year they did play with exactly the same colours, and it was a very similar story actually. REM played very well with the black pieces, easily neutralised easily neutralised Mamajorov, and then when it came to the Armageddon, you know, Shakhriyar just like switched it up here and there and got a very comfortable position, and then in the chaos just won it.
Well, I'm pretty sure now also Mamajorov is trying to shuffle things and make some chaos because he has all the self-confidence, he has a lot of experience in that, and he's really feeling in the best shape when he can get those kind of positions. At the same time, I think Tari seemed to be in good shape now. Also yesterday in the Bliss tournament, he beat Magnus, and he had a few interesting games. And I think it's very important for him to be able to hold this game and win. I mean, draw or win is a victory in points, right?
Yeah, and we're off. It's Armageddon chess. The players have switched things up. We have accelerated the speed of play, of course. It's going to be fast, and you can tell by the speed of play that every second counts in this Armageddon format. Let's see what's going on in that battle. How has the opening proceeded? Things have been changed by Mamajorov. He's the one switching to a new opening here. And, okay, it's this kind of hybrid.
Yeah, G4!
On the board.
I was just going to ask the question, will he play G4? And look at that. Game Review says, bad move. How dare you play such coffeehouse chess?
Engine doesn't understand the psychology of the moment, right? This is the problem of that. Otherwise, it's a genius move. I mean, this is the way Mame is doing it, right?
G4 in any position. Queen's pawn opening, English opening, Reti, just G4. And
so there is a good question. What if just black takes on G4 and after rook G1, bishop F6?
I think we're going to find out the answer to that question. Judith, knight takes G4, Tari taking the bait. He's calling the bluff. And yeah, it's up to Mamajorov to work his magic now. Of course, white does line up the rook with black's king. I think you might be right. Bishop F6, just neutralize white's fianchettoed bishop on B2. Must be the way.
It has to be the way. And I can see there from the comments on chat that everyone loves Shak's decision.
F5, look at that. They are in the mood. I like F5, actually. It makes a lot of sense as well.
Same idea as yours, Judah. I think he'll play bishop F6 next move. But first, just gaining a bit of space, and actually it helps black's defense potentially to have access to more squares. Okay, Shak just developing as if nothing happened.
Of course, but he has a threat now to take on the E5 twice, and then bishop C4, winning a queen.
Mm-hmm. It's a time to actually solidify that pawn with C6, or... No, oh, he doesn't play that. But okay.
Bishop F6.
Knight takes D5 is not possible because the bishops are eyeing each other.
Yep, he's pinning along this diagonal. I'm expecting Shak now to just move his queen. There we go, queen to C2 on the board. He's getting ready to castle queenside potentially, and Tari just solidifies his center. It's like the Stonewall Dutch now, that rock-solid pawn formation. The question is, can white break through that pawn formation? Can he break through black's defenses? I'm so skeptical, but now the evaluation part doesn't hate white's position. I think a great psychological idea, and the time advantage of 3 minutes still maintained. Tari's got a lot of questions to answer with only 5 minutes 40 on the clock.
Well, I have the feeling that it's going to be kind of a position upon sacrifice after knight E2, let's say, somehow exchanging the black square bishop, pushing H3, and then have a knight on E5 eventually. With having these pawns on D5, F5, there is a little danger for black that the E5 square will be occupied with one of the knight, and the other knight will be even helping it out.
A long think, though.
Do you have ideas like H3 as well? Because the knight is forced to go back to H6.
Maybe on the next turn. Maybe that's why he's pushed D4 now. He's locked the center, which kind of comes with pros and cons. It's going to be harder for white's queenside pieces to shift to attacking the black king. But he's gripped onto squares that Judith's mentioned, an A5 from Tari. It's as if he's just playing a normal kind of Dutch defense, just with an extra pawn as black. Yeah, makes a lot of sense. And he's also getting ready preemptively to attack the white king if it does castle on the queen side. We see by Shak's hand movements there.
Long castle is there.
On the board.
I mean, it had to be played, right? I mean, Shak is basically playing with a one-track mind. Castle queenside, activate his pieces, pressure along the G line. And of course, he wants to put a knight into e5.
And style-wise, he's playing up his ally here, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And Judah, you love to attack with white as well. Do you think you see enough potential here for white?
Well, I think there are some opportunities for white playing bishop d3 at some point to play rook g4, sacrificing some material. Of course, c takes d5, takes knight d5. I would be watching out, but for the moment, I think it does not work. h3 is not something that white would be rushing, but he's doing it now. h4, knight g5. That's a great outpost for the knight. And now I'm expecting knight e2, knight f4 also.
Shak making his pieces work. I mean, it's a thing of beauty what he's doing. And knight f7 on the board.
Don't you think it has a little style of AlphaZero?
Yeah, I nearly said that actually, like 3 or 4 moves ago.
Yeah, it's like giving up a pawn, open up the position, place your pieces on the right place. Your opponent's pieces are kind of getting lost, and then in 20 moves, things are on the right track.
Yeah, it really reminds me of one specific game between AlphaZero and Stockfish, where Stockfish grabbed 4 pawns but gave up the dark squared bishop, for example, taking on h4 now would backfire long term on the dark squares. Nothing immediate, just domination long term. Yeah.
Yeah, because for example, in this position, we can ask that what is black's plan, right? So maybe knight d6, knight e4 is something to play, or maybe also d takes c4 and b5 at some point, or a4, b5. So the knight is on f4.
Yeah, big threat on the board of knight takes pawn. Also, okay, so Ariane flicking in a pawn trade.
Queen e7.
Queen e7, yep.
Ooh, rook e8. Feels a bit shaky for black. The knight can come to h5 if you're desperate to kind of chop this bishop off later on. And despite the fact that the a file is open, the black queen can give 1 check, but the white king will always be safe enough. It's very hard to deliver checkmate if the opponent has a fianchetto to a bishop like white does on b2. He's going for knight h5. And yeah, this one's still in the balance. Anything could happen, but clockwise, Tarry, 4.5 minutes. It's going to be hard to defend. You've got to say it could be decisive. This time disadvantage for him. No easy moves.
Well, and the bishop is getting off the board. The f6 will be captured.
He's just got to move fast here. Just queen e7, just kind of sit and hope. And
can he try for b6? You know, just go bishop b7. You know, at least get that piece somewhat into the game.
Yeah, you're right, Jovanka. This is a dead piece right now.
I would even think of b5.
I thought about b5 as well, but at the same time, you know,
why to give up the pawn?
Exactly.
Wow, long think now for an Armageddon game. Almost 1 minute on the clock on this one move, actually, from Ariantari down under 4 minutes. You can see he's uncomfortable on the camera.
This is exactly what Mamedyarov was looking for, right? To have a complicated game, putting pressure on Tari, posing problems, making Tari to make decisions. And but making decisions, it means that you're spending your time all the time.
Yep, and he is now under 4 minutes. And remember, the players do have to reach move 41 before they get that 1 second increment, which really is not a lot of time.
In an endgame, it helps 1 second increment, but in a crazy position like this one, it definitely doesn't help at all. And okay, queen to a5, hinting at a counterattack, but no real threats for black yet. How is Shak going to improve his position? I would be inclined to just kind of develop and hope that the tension favours white a bit later on.
Well, knight g5 is a very tempting move, isn't it?
Ooh, route 1, straight for the black king. That's more his style. We're going to see it on the board. It is on the board, Judith. You're channeling your inner Shak.
Or perhaps the other way around.
Yeah, Shak's channeling his inner Judith Polgar here. Wow. Yeah, I think if you had this position against me, or if you had whites, I would just resign. I know I'm getting checkmated.
Yeah, but I mean, how is white going to break through? Because I'm assuming that black does move the knight. I mean, you can't open up the H line at all. But the knight on H6.
Well, for the moment, what would you play with black? Knight d6?
No, knight d6 you get kicked away with c5. And somehow or other, I see a check and that scares me. So...
But then it's not so easy.
It's not so easy.
Rook e7.
Oh, ugly move.
Yeah.
He might need to. He just needs to move faster, Arian. He spent another 1 minute on this move, and knight's on the edge of the board again. Oof, it's not a healthy looking move. He's lost a bit of time there. He's lost 2 tempi, moving his knight back a couple of moves ago, and now again to the edge of the board. Surely that gives Shaq time to attack.
It certainly does, but I mean, as long as he starts surviving, and he has to do it as quickly as he can. And one thing that I would suggest is like b6. I really do like b6 at one time. And yeah, I was trying to get some like horizontal defense with the rook on a7.
Yes, probably that's a good idea.
Yeah,
nice defense.
And b5 played.
I'm not sure queen g2 right now is not a killer.
Might well be. Oh, some tactics I see there,
Knight
Judith.
f7, knight f6.
Yeah, I think if he plays it now, Arian's going to struggle to defend with only 2.5 minutes on his clock. First, he locks down the queen side. Makes a lot of sense, keeping the white king safe for the rest of the game. Arian's playing very slowly, though. b4.
Oh, I think he needed to go rook a7.
Yeah, and now Judith's move, queen g2, might be, might end the game tactically. If black isn't careful, there's going to be all sorts of checkmating ideas in connection with queen takes g7. I think I would just be too tempted. I'd have to play it.
You could not resist to play queen g2.
Yeah, but I mean, can black just grit their teeth and just put the rook on g8 and go holding?
Ooh, could hope so, but at least this pawn falls as well.
Yeah, that's true. e6.
Board.
Yeah.
But now what about queen a2? Look at that, queen a2. And if king c2, knight c5.
Whoa. Queen a2. Oh, wow, we see a question mark attached to it. But I think you're
sorry,
right.
it's my move.
No. I think it's a good practical try, Judith. I think you're right.
But probably it's just checkmate somehow. King c1 and...
Wow, he steps up the board, but... Okay, knight takes c5 is coming. Black can counterattack now against the white king.
Knight f6.
Oh, yeah, it's just one check.
Yeah, one check is only a check.
And it's what you talked about earlier in the day, Jovanka, when a black queen is so far distanced from her own king. There's no way ever to defend. Black's king is kind of left on its own, defenseless. Under 2 minutes now for Tari, 3.5 minutes for white, for Mamedyarov. How to defend this brutal attack. You just want to throw the white knights out the way.
Right, I mean, are you forced to go rook g? Oh no, but you have rook a1 happening as well. Oh.
He's trapped his own queen. Wow, big threat of the black queen being trapped simply. Maybe that's why he this last move was deemed an error by the computer. Arian jumping in a bit too early, a bit too soon with the black queen. This one looking very strong for white. Oh, he pushes his rook forward. Okay, defending g7 makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so the first question is,
rook
can
a1.
you just bank it and go rook a1, win the queen?
Yeah.
Well, if you can't appreciate the extra queen...
It's not Shaq's style, though. Shaq is not greedy. He wants to be the one sacrificing his queen.
I fully understand that you just want to go knight h7, right?
Yeah, or knight e6 or knight h7. Just get the knight out the way, then eliminate the bishop, then crash through with the white queen.
But no need for such beautiful chess when caveman chess works.
Boo,
Rook a1, he has gone for it.
A professional.
Yeah. Now it's just a case of being clinical. And Arian now just over 1 minute and it's move 26.
So still needs to make 14 moves here as black in 1 minute. Yeah, knight takes e6 looks like a killer. That knight cannot be touched by the black rook because white will break through on the g7 square after eliminating the other bishop. Those two white knights just too strong. The destroyers of the position. And Arian, unfortunately, he can't get his rook across to a7 to launch any counterplay because his own knight is in the way.
Yeah, it would be a great idea.
Yeah.
But those knights on g5 and h5, they are killers.
Okay, some hesitation, though, from Mamedyarov. He needs to move. He's down to around 2 minutes. This could become a mad scramble. I agree, this looks like a winning tactic, Judith. What else could he be looking at? Maybe he's looking at a sacrifice on this square to bring the white queen up the board to g6.
I was also looking at the clinical ways again, you know, going queen d2, grab the b4 pawn. But, you know, why not just enjoy your food?
And he just goes the simple way. After rook a7, bishop b1.
Guard the king.
Very prophylactical.
Very nice defense there from Mamedyarov, and it's going to be hard for Tari to even find a move now.
Yeah, the white knight will go back, transfer it to knight h3, knight f4.
He tries to block that idea, Tari. Really nice defense there. White can take this pawn, but at the cost of his structure. I really want to get the queen in on this diagonal as well.
e4 is also something to consider.
Yep. e4, bypass that pawn. Keep the black knights out of the game. That's a very Mamedyarov type of move. He's really slowed down, though. 1.5 minutes against just under 1 minute. The 1 second increment will be essential for both of these players very shortly.
And now queen d2 on the board.
Yeah, that one's a nice one. You mentioned it earlier, Jovanka. Going after the b4 pawn. Destabilizing the black rook. Not much to be done here. We do have updates in the other games, in the classical games. I think we'll see a draw any second now between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, but we'll bring a recap after this Armageddon game is done. Ariane jumps in with the knight to f5. But it looks like that's not going to save the day. White's queen can just gobble up everything now.
And it has, and also the queen will find a way to get to b8. Now, will he trade? Will he step forward with his e-pawn? I mean, White has so many beautiful choices, and Mamedyarov has the time just to put this game away.
Yep, he has the time, but we're not quite at move 40. And, okay, look how fast the players are playing now. Rooks are off the board. Just good professional cynical chess, trading things off when in doubt. When your material up, it's always a good strategy. I think we're in the final moves of this game. Tari simply has no time to physically make the rest of the moves. He needs to get to move 40 in 20 seconds.
But I think there was maybe an easier way for Shak to finish the game, because now there are some chances.
Well, the bishop will fall off the board.
Or I'm over-optimistic.
I think
black.
Everything's falling. That's the problem.
e4.
Okay. e4, he's breaking through. He's going to get to that black king on the light square diagonal. Okay.
And
Tari down at 7 seconds. He's still got 3 or 4 moves to make. Can he do it physically? Shak's just winning all the pawns, but the black king's getting active.
Well, he's making it to move 40. This is impressive piece play by Ariane.
You can tell he's faster physically as well.
Too many pawns for White. One extra queen on the board and another one on the way.
Ooh, and Ariane made that last move with 1 second on his clock.
c7.
There we go. Ooh, if the black rook had captured that pawn, it would have fallen off the board after a queen check.
Well, this is unsavable.
And there we have the handshake. It is Mamedyarov who wins the Armageddon. So he will walk away with 1.5 points, whereas Ariane Tari 1 point. What a great game by Mamedyarov. I think it was a perfect Armageddon game. It was fighting chess, aggressive, and he put pressure on Ariane from the get-go.
Basically, he could convert his strategy, what he had. He could implement it very well in a game, right? That move 8, or it was move 6, g4, just give away a pawn, make a mess with the pieces of Tari, right?
Yes.
It has to make a decision, wasting time, long castle, jumping with the knight g5, knight e2, knight f4, knight h5, and then let it go.
Yeah, and someone who should be taking notes on the Mamedyarov strategy is Wesley So, because he will have the white pieces against Hikaru in our next Armageddon game, which will be coming up roughly in 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. 2 great speed players facing off in Armageddon. And meanwhile, we see a game in front of us on the camera there. We see Firouzja against Gukesh. We joined it earlier, just before we jumped into that Armageddon game. And we thought Firouzja in big trouble. And he's not just in big trouble on the board. On the clock, he's got 20 seconds left. And he's not getting out of time trouble there.
Versus 25 minutes of Gukesh. It's not a good news.
And he has 10 moves to make in 20 seconds. He's got to make every move on an average of 2 seconds.
Okay, do you think he can do it?
He's a good blitz, great bullet player, but over the board, it takes time. He'll be knocking over pieces if Gukesh throws in a random move to surprise him.
Knight d3.
Rook to d1. And
He plays it instantly. Oh, there's
What
tactics.
about knight f2?
Yeah, and here we see rook d1 branded with a question mark. Not the best move, not the best defensive idea.
Knight
And I think
c1. But knight c1.
oh,
shoot it. Yeah.
Game over, right?
Jump to c1. Hit the white queen, and the white queen is overloaded. You will take this rook, you will take this pawn, and you will win the
f2.
game. Yeah.
Yep.
Knight c1 on the board. If he finds it, Gukesh, 24 minutes. Yeah, should be plenty of time.
Well, this is exactly the moment, right? When you have to win the game with black. Otherwise, you're going to curse yourself for the rest of the tournament. When you have 25 minutes yourself versus 20 seconds and the better position or almost winning position, and you wouldn't find it. So you have to make sure that you do the right calculation.
Yeah, and I've read, I think it's Gukesh who does some meditation sometimes, and some, I think this is the perfect moment, 23 minutes. Just kind of calm down your breathing, don't rush, don't keep kind of speeding along at your opponent's pace. You have all the time in the world. He knows as well he's got a dominant position, so he will just kind of take a step back, zoom out, as we were talking about earlier, and after a bit of calculation, he'll go for his move. He needs to forget about Firouzja's clock. He'll probably win on time anyway, but he wants to win on the board, of course. He's a great professional, Gukesh. 20 seconds from Firouzja, though. It showed, we discussed it earlier, the players, they haven't necessarily adapted to classical chess after the blitz action from yesterday.
certainly not. And also, Gukesh just played a very good game. You know, he made it very complicated. He forced Alireza to be on the back foot, burn the time, and the result is this. And I agree with you guys. I think Gukesh knows how to win these type of positions. He knows when he's going to take a pause, and it's this moment when you look at your young opponent and you think, my God, you're just 17 years old. How is that possible?
Yeah, and this position looks winning for black. I just want to point out the black a3 pawn as well. Covers b2, no checks. Beautiful strategy from Gukesh. And okay, wow, action everywhere. Let's go and check out another game, this time between Fabiano and Magnus. And those two heavyweights. It looks like Magnus in deep trouble in this game. I think he might have just, has he blundered? Has he missed something? He's yeah, lacking squares for the black knight right now. There could be a devastating attack against Magnus's king. And the clock situation, he's got time, 14 minutes for Magnus against 8. But look at him on the camera, Magnus Carlsen, looking away, leaning back in his chair. The problem is how to defend this black knight.
Well, you can't, because if you step back with the rook, then white simply goes rook takes knight, and there is a terrible fork on f6. So you can rule that one out of the equation, and that means you have to move the knight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to move the knight just to show that variation. You mentioned Ivanka, and rook e5, last move on the board. I don't see what he can do. If he moves the knight in another direction, for example, if he steps it back here to try and trade, then I think there will be consequences in the other direction. A knight check. Where's the king going? The name of this mate, Ivanka, you're the expert here. Is this
Arabian?
Arabian checkmate. Rook takes h7 and the black king is trapped.
Knight c3.
Knight c3. I mean, but still, it's the same problem, right?
Knight check.
The knight will come to f6. You have a check.
Oh, the bar drops though. Does black's king have to just run for the hills?
I think so. Run for the seas.
But h4
oh, wait,
mate.
this won't mate. Yeah, this won't work. Yeah, maybe I have to go back in this direction to hit your rook, at least survive one move longer, but just to show that one, Judith. There's all sorts of checkmates. The black king facing white's whole army on its own. This is on the board. This position, Magnus, how is he going to survive? I thought we'd see an Armageddon here, but it's just been, yeah, beautiful play by Fabiano Caruana against the French defense. Knight f6 on the board.
Just goes to show, you know, you have to maintain your concentration at every stage of the game.
And
one
signs.
Slip up and that's it.
Wow.
Whoa. That is a great start for Fabiano Caruana as he wins against Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces and nets 3 points. Magnus' woes are just continuing. Yesterday was a bad blitz outing. Today, starting with a loss.
Yeah, he's had a torrid time so far, Magnus Carlsen. Just maybe showing a bit of rust. This was his first classical tournament, his first classical tournament game since January, since the Tata Steel Masters. And at this top level, small margins decide things. And Fabi looking fresher there.
Yeah. And of course, Fabi actually coming off a great victory in the Bucharest Superbet, where he won that classical event. And obviously, he did very well at the Chess Kid Cup. Fabi in great form.
Yep, Fabi in great form. And let's go back to that time scramble that we were focusing on a bit earlier. Can Firouzja make move 40, gain that increment with only a few seconds on his clock?
Well, he had to give up his exchange after knight c1 and trying to hang on there.
But if I'm not mistaken, he has 6 seconds to make 7 moves. That's more than 1 move per second. If this was online, if you could pre-move, that might be possible. But here,
a mouse option would be helpful, right?
Also a terrible position for white. Exchange down, material down. Unless you can.
How bad is that? I mean,
you can mix it, right? So you can see situations where black is a little bit careless with their king.
I mean, is it queen f4 that black has to go back, or is it rook d2 the winning move? Still, I think 1 or 2 precise move is needed from black.
Yeah, one thing you must not do, you must not even dream about, is going bishop takes knight check. If you do that, you might be in huge trouble. Don't get rid of that bishop.
And wow, Gukesh, I would have played the consolidating safety move. He's gone in with the black rook. Has he calculated that there are not enough checks? Maybe the other black rook is coming to take on f2 and just checkmate that white king. There's some calculation to be done there, perhaps, but it feels like there are multiple ways to knock white out here immediately. And look at Firouzja on the camera. He's not even looking at the board. He's got 4 seconds left. 6 moves to make in 4 seconds. It's just clock handling. It decides games. Increments so important for
there
these
are
players.
miracles, you know.
They do exist sometimes. Just here, it's hard to imagine, Judith.
Yeah, if Alireza survives this, he will live to be 1,000.
Yeah.
Well, interesting thought.
Oh, you can tell he wants to resign. I feel bad for him. Firouzja, it looked, he leaned back for a second. It looked like he was about to offer his hand.
No way.
Okay, he takes a bishop. Wow, he didn't even use 1 second there, Firouzja.
Yeah, and probably takes on g2, takes, queen d2, king. And the queen takes the e6 bishop.
Yeah, everything will be dropping. Okay, he didn't even try to be fast there. 2 seconds left for Firouzja. 4 moves to go. He's got to be ready. He's going to lose on time. 1 second to make 3 moves. It's physically impossible. His position is lost as well. And he resigns.
Ooh, wow. Very.
What a game.
I know. What an impressive play from the 17-year-old Gukesh, defeating Alireza Firouzja, number 2 in the world, with the black pieces. And I'm really astounded by this, just because Gukesh yesterday, he struggled in the opening blitz, and here finding his form, playing perfect chess. Wonderful.
Well, there was an opportunity for Firouzja, right?
Yes.
Bishop h6, and I'm very much wondering whether Firouzja knows about it. Did he realize it after he made knight d4, or he's still ahead of him to get the shock? Somebody will tell him.
Yeah, I don't want to be the person who tells Firouzja he missed a potentially winning move earlier in the game, but what a big day. Judith, Jovanka, we've seen the world #1 and the world #2 in classical chess both lose in the classical portion of Norway Chess. Just huge shocks, and especially Firouzja losing with white. Who would have expected that one? And yeah, just the final position there. He resigned partly because of the clock, but also he had rook, bishop, and knight. One of them was destined to fall in the next 2 moves. The black queen was going to win at least 1 piece and win the game. Oof, breathless action.
Look at the calmness of Gukesh at the board. I mean, I remember when I was winning some big victory, I mean, I was just ready to jump up and enjoy the moment.
Stone cold killer, Gukesh, the silent assassin.
Yeah, and 1 classical game remaining, and there we can see it up on the screen. It is between Nordibek Abdustorov and Anish Giri. Are we going to see a victory for Anish, or are we going to go into another Armageddon?
I think we're being treated, Jovanka. It will be more chess today. It's going to be an Armageddon. Abdusattorov just took a second there, took a pause, and wow, stepping forward with G6. I think there were other safer ways to draw this game potentially, but it's a bit
he
of a
wants to
race.
give a chance that he might win.
Yeah, it's a race. How's black stopping that pawn? Do you have to run back with a black king and keep it under watchful gaze while...
And draw.
Draw agreed. The game was about to fizzle out to a dead drawn rook endgame.
Because that was funny. If you play f2, black can lose. See?
Yes.
If you play f2, then rook f8. And f1 takes g7, and there is no way of stopping the pawn.
Oh, wow. Let's show that on the board, Judith. Rook f8, and white would win. You make a new queen. Rook takes, and wow, beautiful. This is study-like.
I think it's important to notice that this is very important skill, I think, for players, that you don't go for the fixed, clear draw move, but you make a move where your opponent can still go and make a mistake, you know? Because that's how Magnus also wins his games and many other players. Just because it's of course, you know it's a draw, the opponent knows it's a draw. But still, let's give a chance for the opponent to make mistakes, right?
Yeah. Even if it's a 1% chance, it's worth it. Why not?
We've seen situations where the 1% was in place.
Exactly, and Abdusattorov, actually great defense there. We've got to commend him. He had a difficult rook endgame there, 4 versus 3 on the king side, and he managed to hold, and the players laughing about it. That's nice to see. But they're going to be enemies again in 15 to 20 minutes, Jovanka, when they play Armageddon.
They will certainly be rivals on the board. But for now, the players are simply discussing the game and sharing their thoughts and smiling. It's a beautiful moment. And, well, we're going to be treated to 2 Armageddon games. And the first one that will be coming up will be Wesley So playing with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura.
Yeah, I've never seen Abdusattorov smile and laugh so much, I've got to say. I know Anish is a funny guy, but I wonder what variations they were discussing there from their game.
Well, I think there is a great relief by Abdusattorov at this point.
And there we can remind ourselves of the Armageddon format. The players will be keeping the same colours that they played in the classical portion. White will have 10 minutes, black will have 7 minutes, and 1 second added will be... Well, it will be added after move 40, and it's 1.5 points for the win and 1 point for the loss. And Hikaru, he is seated and trying to get into the flow. And having said that, he's just left.
Commentator's curse, Jovanka.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Is it time to make... Oh, he's back, Jovanka, just on cue.
Yeah.
Is it time to make predictions out of these 2 titans? Who is going to prevail in Armageddon chess? Is Nakamura going to avoid defeat and take the point?
Hikaru is so good at this format, and he seems to have the upper hand against a lot of the American players. So I think Hikaru will manage to win this in Armageddon. What about you, Judith?
I go for Wesley then.
Okay.
Because I think Hikaru is not very happy about the last game. I think he thought it's going to be a game where, especially after the opening or middle game, it was very quiet.
Yes, and while we wait for Wesley to sit at the board and to choose his opening, to see whether he can win at all costs in this Armageddon game, I think we might have a special treat. But yeah, the action will begin any moment now, just in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, and in the meantime, let's have a look at some of Hikaru's big achievements. He has a very impressive resume. I mean, look at this. Number 5 in the world ranking, 5-time US chess champion. He's also American Cup champion. He's reigning 5-time speed chess champion, reigning World Fischer Random chess champion, and in 2023 with the Pro Chess League champion with the Gotham Knights. And on top of all this, he's like #1 chess streamer. So very formidable opponent there for Wesley So. And in the meantime, while the players are getting ready, we are going to be treated to a very special guest in the studio. Oh, hi Fabiano. Oh yeah, we're very. I should mention who you are. I shouldn't just leave it as a mystery. It is a pleasure to have here in the studio Fabiano Caruana, who just beat Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. And how are you feeling, Fabi?
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, it was a very tough game, and especially with the time control, it's so tough. You know, you get back down to your last few minutes and you're in a panic because you know that you never get any more time, and also you have a 10-second increment, so any kind of complications and you're very unlikely to work through it. But everything, I mean, at the end he kind of collapsed. After I played this A3, I guess he has some way probably to equalize, and he missed, I guess, rook E5, he missed a few things, and but I was very happy with his 97. I had seen it when I went for this whole A3 thing, and yeah, after rook E5 it's just game over.
Yeah, and talk us through the beginning. I mean, were you surprised by his opening choice, the French defense?
I was surprised by it, but I wasn't surprised that I was surprised. I expected a surprise. I just wasn't sure which one. And I had checked this line the last time like 7 years ago, so I couldn't remember anything. I just remembered that there is at some moment some queen b5 is supposed to be played. And I thought it was maybe take on e5 and then queen b5 instead of queen a5.
Yeah.
But then I probably misplayed it, and in the endgame he plays knight b4. I don't see any advantage for me. But this rook c7 was very surprising to me. I didn't really understand the move. It just looks like the rook is in a very awkward place there. And then I was better, but probably misplayed it a bit again. This Armageddon game is quite exciting.
Would you like to share with us your thoughts?
I don't think I've seen this knight h6. Like, I mean, f5 is a move, right? But although I don't know if I've seen. I mean, this is a big position with the knight on b1 and pawn on h6, pawn on a7 instead of a6, and then f5 is a move. But I haven't seen this inclusion of knight g4 and knight h6 is very unusual. I guess Hikaru has prepared some special blitz openings. I mean, knight f1 is critical now, and then f5, and who knows.
And what color would you prefer to be playing in this Armageddon? Black, white?
Like, with my knowledge, then I would take white for sure. But if I was prepared for the position in the way that I assume Hikaru is, then maybe I would take black.
Okay. And what do you think of Wesley's reaction? You mentioned knight f1. He's gone for occupying the center.
Okay, but now f5, it must be the move, right? f5, and the knight on b3 is away from the king side. It's not going to be able to defend white's king, potentially, if there's some counterplay there. So, I guess f5. I mean, otherwise, what's the point? I mean, he can play queen f6, bishop g5, queen g6, but it looks a bit awkward there, so...
Yeah, certainly. And you're not afraid of bishop takes knight?
I mean,
nah.
we can't... I mean, we put our knight on h6. How can we be afraid of that? That was the whole idea. If we're afraid of that, we should have kept it on f6.
Oh.
Yeah, f5 is a move which is screaming, right, to be played.
Yeah, it feels like the moment, right?
It's a long think, though, from Hikaru right now, down to 5 minutes on the clock. And we've seen it today, Fabi. Several players can maybe struggling with the time control. Firouzja leaving himself 20 seconds for over 10 moves. Do you think that's going to be kind of decisive in the tournament standings after the first few days?
I think time trouble in general will be a huge factor in this tournament. I think every round will have a few time scrambles and a lot of games decided by time management. I mean, especially in Armageddon, because Armageddon is basically all time management, isn't it?
Yeah.
Were you happy with the way you managed your time today?
Not too much, but it worked out, so I guess, you know, when things work out, you seem like a genius, but if, let's say, I had gotten into time trouble and I had lost control, then I wouldn't have seemed quite as smart, let's say.
Knight g8, what do you make of this? You said the knight on h6, you might as well kind of live or die by it, but now it's sitting at home.
Yeah, it's so he took... I mean, I wouldn't usually do this with black. It felt like f5 was the move. Okay, he's just going to... I think Hikaru has a very pragmatic approach to these Armageddon games. Okay, he keeps the pace up. He's not trying to think too long. He plays healthy moves. Knight e7 is coming. But Wesley certainly can be happy. I mean, he can... Yeah, he can think... I don't know if maybe g4. Why not? It's g4, g5. Can black do that?
Well, you can lock down the game, right? And force your opponent to play the long game. Seconds left on their clock.
I would, yeah, if Black could get g5 and knight g6, and then he should be pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
It was an interesting decision, right? Not playing f5, but going to knight g8 and the slow side of the game.
Yeah, it's not what I would have gone for, but it looks reasonable as well.
And what's the ideal opening strategy for white playing Armageddon? Because obviously you're in a must-win situation. I mean, do you play a tense position? Do you kind of go for murky chess like we saw Shakira did against Ariantari?
I think keeping up the tension, that's the main thing. You don't want it to... you have to think about what would be difficult for your opponent to play. That's the main thing. It's not really about the objective evaluation, but just what's easier for you to play and difficult for your opponent to play. And okay, these days I play so much Armageddon. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. I like the way Wesley is doing this. He's going to play g3 and knight g6 g3 and bishop on g2 potentially. Looks very, very stable. White's a bit better.
And how do you consider? Do you prefer to play with the white side? Does white have an advantage in Armageddon, or is it a secret?
I like to play with white. I usually go a bit high. Like when we're doing this bidding in the chess.com tournaments, I usually go a little bit higher because I don't want to be like let's say Hikaru goes with like 7 minutes 30 seconds. I'm not going to play with an 8-minute deficit and no increment for the rest of the game. I usually bid around 10 minutes, and if I get white, then I'm reasonably happy. And if I get black, I'd prefer to have a bit more time on the clock because I'm not as good in the time scrambles, let's say, as Hikaru or Magnus are.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, how do you find playing with no time over the board tournaments? Because obviously the stress levels get magnified like 1,000-fold, right?
Yeah, it's pretty stressful. I have to say, this tournament, the time control is stressful. If you're looking for an easy life, don't play this one. But what is this? What does Wesley do? Bishop c4, f1, d3. It's very odd, isn't it?
Black has an amazing position.
Yeah. So bishop takes, knight h4, queen f6 looks pretty healthy, right?
Yeah, it certainly does look healthy. Knight h4 coming. Ooh. What do we think? Good strategy?
Hikaru's taking this one.
Uh-huh.
It's too easy for black to play this. I don't know. Just looks so easy to play with black.
Okay. Well, you heard it here first. Fabi thinks it's easier to play for black. What do you guys think? Agreement?
I agree.
I agree.
Fully agree.
And we definitely have to thank you so much for coming on the show. And congratulations once again for beating Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces and picking up those 3 points.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we heard it there. Fabiano loving black's position right now. The clock times as well have pretty much leveled out at this point. Wesley with 4 minutes 40 against 4 minutes from Hikaru Nakamura. So in terms of the time, in terms of the clock, nothing too much to worry about. It feels like Wesley emerged with the advantage. It feels like he had a really healthy position, but just the last few moves he's played a bit tentatively, and he's let that one slip. Any hopes now, Judith, of putting some pressure on?
I can say that I still like very much the d3 bishop. It can give some interesting mating ideas if the queen can come to g4 to e4 one day, forcing the knight to be exchanged from f5. So I think there is little hope for white still. Because if, let's say, knight e3 would be played and f takes e3, then you cannot compare the two bishop, right? D3 bishop is very powerful on the diagonal, while the a7 bishop can be blocked very easily.
Yeah, but there's one thing that really worries me. I mean, Wesley now has less time on the clock than Hikaru, and his position is, I would say, equal, but, you know, more uncomfortable. It's just clock handling, or Wesley...
Too slow.
Too slow.
He needs to speed up right now, Wesley. He just needs to put a move on the board like queen g4, just something active, something to scare Hikaru with. And like you say, Jovanka, 2 minutes now on one move. That's too long in an Armageddon game. You just cannot afford that type of luxury. And okay, what's he do instead?
Well, it shows exactly what kind of trouble he is in, right? That he realized that it is something, what he has is not what he wanted.
Yeah, and the saying goes, long think, wrong think. He spent a lot of time on the clock there, and a question mark from the computer after this last move, bishop c2. Is that because it just gives up a pawn in the center? Maybe black can get greedy here and grab. I think Wesley wants to line up that battery you mentioned, Judith, with queen on d3, trying to crash through on h7 with a nasty checkmate, but maybe it's just a pipe dream if black is accurate.
Maybe it's some bluffing.
It is a bluff, right? Because you're also hitting the bishop on c2. Yeah. Oh, and you can just see from the body language between the two players, Hikaru, he is primed for that win and he's ready. And look at that, he pounces, he grabs a pawn. But it does get a question mark from the game review.
But the only reason is because probably there was something really much
Probably.
better.
Yeah, maybe taking with the bishop or something.
Or with the other knight.
Or with the other knight was just crushing. But there we see Wesley's position is so difficult to handle right now that, again, a lot of moves here not being approved of by the computer. But black's a pawn up. And the key detail is that bishop takes knight right now would be met by a calm bishop slide. Bishop back to e5 check. The bishop would no longer be attacked and black would emerge a pawn up. There we saw the meaning behind all the notation that we've been seeing, the question marks, the exclamation marks. And I think the only conclusion is that black is a pawn up with much more time on the clock. 3 minutes against 2.5 now. This one is Hikaru's. I think Fabiano was spot on with his prediction.
And I was thinking it was time to muddy the waters and keep those opposite colour bishops alive. And whoa, what is happening here? I mean, can you not just...
Well, it goes for activity. Bishop f4, king goes out, and from b3, the knight will be jumping into e6.
Oh, there's some
Nice
g3
idea.
ideas?
Yeah, bishop takes
you think
pawn.
bishop takes and g3,
G3.
wants to play?
Wow.
Might as well go down fighting. He wants to emerge a piece up, and I said, you're going to take back that white bishop, maybe no longer. Black's bishop also up for grabs. It's currently a knight for 2 pawns. Black can grab another pawn in the process. White's king will be weak, but I don't know how to evaluate that one, Judith.
Well, this was the only way of playing it, right? There was no other way. This was the only option for white to stay in the game and fight for a victory.
Okay, it's imbalanced suddenly. Knight for 3 pawns. Do you favour the pieces or the pawns here, if you had to choose?
Oh, definitely I would take black.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the 3 pawns that what black has. Black also has a king to target, and that's something extra for the pawns. And there you see giving a check. King moves to safety. Ooh,
I'm not sure this was necessarily the best. Black had a safe way of playing it also to exchange the queens and grab the b2 pawn.
Yeah, he is forcing the trade of queens, but now cannot grab the pawns. White will still have 3 pawns remaining, still some winning chances in the endgame. Black, though, with draw odds, feels like he should still be the favourite. Now 2 minutes against 2 minutes. Clock time's level.
But I think Wesley played incredibly well and creating his practical chances. And now rook f1, exchanging 1 rook.
Do you think Hikaru needs to keep the queens on the board?
Absolutely.
Play against the weak white king?
Well, by now, yes.
But, okay, given a question mark, I mean, now maybe it's time to utilise that rook on a1 and, well, Wesley tucking the king in the corner. That's safety first.
Don't forget the pawn on b7, attacked by the white queen. And, okay, he needs to move, though, Hikaru. He needs to speed up. Still have a few more moves to make before they get the beautiful 1 second increment. But white's rook is coming in. The white knight's going to come in. The black pawns are not running.
I think that's key to bring the knight. Bring the knight from b3 to e4, f3.
And Hikaru with, well, he has to deal with the checkmating threat that is coming his way. And that's why he slides his rook over to protect the g-pawn. I thought he was actually going to miss it. He was kind of like gesturing somewhere else. And, okay, Wesley going for that queen trade. Will Hikaru accept?
But look how he gains time, right? He offers the queen exchange, so he gains like 10 seconds because Hikaru has to decide. Should I exchange? Not. You see, and in the next move he does exchange.
Yeah, I've got to say I don't like that decision so much from Wesley. It felt like white's knight, if it joined the action, could have led to a nice attack in combination with the queens and the rooks there. But, okay, now the endgame, the margins are far tighter, the margins are far smaller, because if the white pawns are all traded off. This one is going to be a draw.
Hesitates. Interesting decision to play rook e4.
I thought he would be going rook e3.
Yeah, rook
and now
e2, rook e3.
that's what I thought.
Oh, I don't like it from Wesley. It feels like that was the moment to switch gears to go for the attack, but queen's off the board. Suddenly weak pawns as well for white. He shattered his own pawn structure. He needs to get that knight into the game.
Well,
there we go.
It is in the game.
Tying down the black rook now, eyeing up those black pawns on b7 and c6. That white knight can come back into the center at will. First, Wesley keeps his
I like the knight on a5 a lot.
I like it too. I think it's
c4.
Right, c4 is a great move, and then bring the white king in and try to trade off rooks.
Yeah, he's going for those weak pawns. Black's pawns, especially the d pawn backward, and Hikaru sacrifices one of them. But if you take that black pawn on d6, black's rook comes down to e2 with a check.
And the players have passed move 41, so they are getting that 1 second increment.
Luxury for them. Second per move.
And the rook comes down.
Rook e3, very strong move, going to a3.
He needs to get that white king He needs to get that white king across. He needs to bring that knight in. Okay, he's going for the pawns though. It is a race. How about the endgame? If all of the queenside pawns disappear, Judith, what happens there?
Well, very good chance for a draw.
And we have to remember, if all the pawns get traded off the board, it's just a draw. A rook and knight.
After 100 of moves.
Exactly.
And he's pushing his pawns, Hikaru there. White has to bring the king in. The rook and knight alone will not be able to win those black pawns on the queen side. Still, anything could happen here.
22 seconds.
And it's 14 seconds and ticking down for Wesley. And he has to find a good circuit for the knight. And Hikaru indecisive.
Wow, and so much hesitation from Hikaru Nakamura. It's rare to see him with this type of hesitation here. And g5, okay, but the white knight is coming round and winning pawns.
Oh, he didn't spot that one. Wesley is going to pick up the b pawn.
b3.
You have to push b3.
Okay, c2 and b3.
Yep, same idea.
But now it's, I think it's lost, objectively.
Yeah, if the black g pawn was maybe back on its starting square, you could hope to build a fortress, but... Okay, he's trying to ask for the rook trade here. If rooks come off the board, white will win with his remaining pawn. Now the king is coming.
Gain 2 seconds with the repetition.
Okay, can the white king advance? He's
Wesley
going to checkmate.
wins. Wesley wins. Wow, couldn't take the pawn because king g6 checkmate.
Oh, wow. And Hikaru made a move with 1 second left. The pieces are flying all over the board, but white is totally winning. And Hikaru, no handshake. He resigns. Or does he lose on time?
I think he lost on time.
Wesley takes the win.
Oh, that went down to the wire. Oh, wow. I have to catch my breath there after those frantic moves at the end. But wow, Wesley holding his nerves there to steal the point from Hikaru Nakamura at the end. So close. And Wesley So walks away with 1.5 points. Hikaru starts off with 1 point. And in the meantime, we do see another Armageddon game kicking off. And it's between Nordibek Abdusatorov and Anish Giri.
And this game started not long ago. Abdusatorov with the white pieces starting with 10 minutes. Giri with black starting with 7 minutes. A very impressive first game by Anish Giri, but can he keep the speed up here? 2 minutes down on the clock, and it looks like the Catalan opening. And still early days in this one, but queens are off the board, Judith.
Yeah, it's interesting that they play kind of a solid game, it seems, but at the same time, it is very complicated, I believe, because white has a very powerful knight on e5, the great bishop, fianchetto bishop on g2, while there is a very suspicious c4 pawn, which most likely can be weak at some point. But somehow the pieces of black is strangely placed. Knight on a5, defending the b7 pawn while attacking, putting pressure on c4. The bishop on e8 is kind of tricky, right? Whether is it going to come to c6 one day? But now simplification is asked by Anish.
Yeah, I really like this last move, really instructive. White has weak pawns on the queen side, so more piece trades will accentuate the weakness of those weak white pawns. And yeah, I don't think you really want to trade off this bishop, because black's rook gets active, gains time against the white knight, and even if the rook has to slide back to c7 a bit later on, everything's covered for black. Yeah, I really don't like this development for Abdusattorov. It feels like Giri is right at home in this type of position. And okay, the bishop trade looks like it's just happened. There we go.
I think this is a great help for Anish. f4. f4, of course. You have to stabilize your knight on e5, nothing else.
Beautiful knight. That is the pride and joy of white's position. But Anish, he's calmly ready now to play b6. He's pushing his pawn to get out of the way of the eye line of this bishop. And yeah, he's going to be hitting thin air, this white bishop, soon. And winning chances starting to dwindle.
Probably c5. That's the only way.
It is on the board to get rid of your weaknesses. But still, we have to remember that Nordebak is in a must-win situation. This is Armageddon after all. And when we look at the clock times, we see that Nordebak does have a healthy 1.5 minute time advantage.
Now it's a question whether should black go b5 or keep the tension and somehow try to exchange the c and b pawn with some good circumstances.
Yeah, you want to get these pawns off the board, but who's going to trade on whose terms? Wow, he slides across. Some calculation needs to be done, but there is kind of a pin here. We'll see a trade of a set of rooks potentially, and will Anish ensure that he doesn't go a pawn down?
Interesting that the players are playing really fast. I must say, kind of a little bit faster than they should. I think Abdusattorov is not spending enough time. He started out with 7 minutes. He still has 6 minutes and 20 seconds. And his position is not that good that he did not spend practically any time.
I think he started with 10, so he has spent a bit of time.
Ah, sorry, he started out 10.
Yeah,
sorry.
But I agree. He's not spent enough time to pose problems to Anish on the board.
But maybe the aim of the game is just to play as quickly as possible and flag Anish. There's no shame in flagging your opponent.
But you're not going to flag Anish in this position when he still has 4 minutes and 38 seconds.
The problem is, if it comes down to king versus king, it doesn't matter how few seconds you have on the clock. And I just don't see how you're going to break this black formation. Black's bishop nicely protects this pawn on b5, black's only weakness in the position. And yeah, unless somehow you can get your king in, maybe trade the rooks and get the white king racing towards the queen side. I don't see any other plan.
I mean, I'm just thinking, you don't need to make a plan, anything. You can just simply improve your pieces for the time being, and then push a pawn at the last minute.
Well, I'm expecting black to play rook c3 in the next move. King f8, I understand, wants to bring his king. Rook c3, rook a3, I like in the long term.
Advancing though, g4, instantly met by g5 from Anish Giri. He's really sensitive to these little pawn pushes, these little structural decision making. I think he's a genius there, and I like it from black. He's locking down any advances from white there on the king side.
But at the same time, you know, it is a committal move. The knight can actually step back to d3 and say, well, you can't actually really capture on f4, because then you'll have to evaluate what's going to happen with white's h-pawn.
G5 I like very much. I think it's a very sharp move.
Yeah.
But maybe king g3 to react with that, activate the king and not give up the tension from f4, not to exchange.
Yeah, but black's rook is coming in, as you mentioned earlier, Judah.
Yeah, rook c3 and then you go knight d3.
Okay, he's found a creative way to kind of maintain the tension here. Rook b4 aiming to recapture on f4. I think we're all in agreement. Black does not want to take that pawn. You don't want to isolate your own pawn on h6, so black jumps in as predicted.
Rook c3.
Whoa, and take a look at those clocks. You can see that Anish has actually managed to whittle down that time disadvantage, and now it's level. Now Nordebak has actually gone under. Wow, this is big. I mean, how are you going to flag someone when you have less time than them?
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. But then again, we were almost writing off Wesley earlier with less time, difficult position, and he pulled it out the bag. He worked his magic to win against Hikaru Nakamura. And also Anish Giri, a bit like Fabiano, who was with us a bit earlier, he's improved enormously in terms of his speed, in terms of his blitz and rapid results recently. So Abdusattorov, of course, great speed player, but Anish, it's his type of position, solid, strategic. No weaknesses, and white's knight forced to retreat back where it came from.
But now I think knight c4 can be very powerful.
Yeah. Do you start with knight c4? You could also maybe flick this one first, force the white rook back, and then jump in with the black knight. It looks
also, temptation is great there.
Yeah. Looks like a lot of choice for Anish Giri. Maybe you don't want that in Armageddon. Maybe that's the one pitfall to avoid. You need easy, obvious moves instead of 3 or 4 clearly good ones.
And Anish actually attacking the a-pawn, forcing the rook to, or the knight to step back. Oh, it's a good move by Anish. Very simple chess. It's what you need.
Very impressive move. He's played an impressive game, impressive match so far, if we take the classical game into account as well. And that white knight was so nice and pretty on the e5 square. Now it's sitting on c1. And Anish, not approved by the computer, this last move, Jovanka.
No, I mean, I was surprised by this because I felt black's light square bishop was such a great defensive piece.
And I think it's still okay. It's only he had a better move as well.
Okay.
Because now if the exchange of bishops takes rook d5, rook b5, then knight d4 check.
Some nasty knight forks.
Bishop f3.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Anish Giri, how
But it's
is he
okay.
not winning this position? He's just found an amazing move. King takes rook is met by a knight check, a knight fork, and the white rook will drop. Black will be winning a piece. Computer says, finally, it is winning for black. Beautiful tactic, and Abdusattorov resigns.
Ooh, great game by Anish, I have to say. In both games, in both the classical and the Armageddon, it just looked like he was in full control.
Absolutely.
Showing his experience, showing his class. And Abdusattorov walking away with just 1 point, and Anish positively jumping for joy, walking away with 1.5 points and a victory in Armageddon.
Yeah, beautiful display there of force from Anish Giri. And don't go into an endgame against him. I think that is the takeaway from that game. Just spotting that tactic at the end in 1 second and just playing it instantly. He still had 3-4 minutes on his clock, Anish Giri. Impressive stuff.
And that means that all the games have finished, and let's take a look at today's scores. In the end, Fabiano Caruana defeated Magnus Carlsen in the classical game to walk away with 3 points. For Alireza Firouzja, it was a bad day as he crashed out to a superb Gukesh, and Gukesh picks up 3 points. Shakriar and Ariantari, they drew their classical encounter, but it was Shakriar who was victorious in the Armageddon, and the same goes for Anish Giri. Despite a draw in the classical game, he was simply supreme in the Armageddon. And between the all-American showdown, Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, it was Wesley So that emerged with those extra points. And Judith, are you surprised by any of today's results?
Well, I can't really say that I'm so surprised, but of course the favorite was kind of Alireza in that game. With what an opportunity what he missed, right? The main surprise was for me that Magnus lost, and not only the fact that he lost, but the way he lost. That was more of a surprise.
Yeah, I totally agree. We have to shout out to Gukesh taking down Firouzja as black, but he did ride his luck, as you mentioned there, Judith. And yeah, Magnus just out of shape, out of form, missing simple tactics, as Fabiano mentioned there at the end, missing far too much. By his high standards, it's not what we're used to, but either way, it's an exciting start to the tournament. And the Armageddons were very close, all of them very well and hard fought. So it's been a promising start to the tournament.
Yeah, those Armageddons really went to the wire. I mean, I have to catch my breath after all of those. And let's have a look at the standings. And in the lead, we can see with the early victories in the classical portions, we have Fabiano Caruana and 17-year-old Gukesh with 3 points. Then we have Anish Giri, Wesley So and Shakriar Mamedyarov all winning in the Armageddon portion to walk away with 1.5 points. Hikaru Nakamura, Nordebek Abdusattorov and Ariane all have 1 point, whereas Magnus Carlsen and Alireza are at the bottom of the table with no points, having lost in the classical portion. And well, that is going to set us up very nicely for the remainder of the tournament. And do we have pairings for tomorrow? Maybe. I jumped the gun there. No, yes, we do. We do have Wednesday's matchups. And let's have a look at what treats lie ahead for us tomorrow. Magnus Carlsen will be the one with the white pieces taking on Wesley So. Ariane Tari faces off against Nordibek Abdusattorov. Gukesh, Hikaru Nakamura. That's going to be a big one. Anish Giri plays Fabiano Caruana, whereas Alireza Firouzja plays Shakira Mamedyarov. Any matchups there that particularly excite you?
I think I would go very much for the Alireza and Gukesh game, because I'm very curious how it affected both of them, today's outcome.
Yeah, and for you, David?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to all of them, but Magnus against Wesley, it feels like it's early days, but already must-win territory for Magnus. He cannot afford another show, another performance like today. So I'm looking forward to focusing on that one.
Definitely. And, well, it's been an exciting day, and I'm certainly looking forward to tomorrow's matchups. For me, it will be all about Gukesh against Hikaru. I can't wait to see how the youngsters challenge the old guard. And, well, been a lot of action so far, but it doesn't end today. It will continue tomorrow. And we will be here, same time, same place, 5 p.m. CET, and we'll see you then.